TCU, easy.
Yeah, TCU would be out 100%.
Yep. I'm going to say Tulane.
I will go Tulane as well.
Well, they're going to probably lose to Ole Miss. That is a week 2 game, if memory serves.
It is.
And you're already at number 24. By the way, they open against South. It's no gimme that they beat South.
That's right. And then there's UTSA and maybe someone else in the American.
Yeah, I'm going to take Ole Miss out of this poll as well.
I think I would take Ole Miss out as well.
Well, I mean, they play Alabama week 4. They're probably going to be right about where they are right now when they play Alabama. So if you lose that game, you drop out. Now, how are you going to fight your way back in?
I'm going to take Oregon State out of this poll.
Ooh, I'm not.
No, I know you're not. You're not going to take any Pac-12 teams out.
I'm going to take Washington out. How about that?
Well, that's the one. If you made me pick a top 10 team,
me too.
I would take Washington, even though I've got them ranked. I just cannot. And again,
to fall out of this once you're in the top 10 would take a 7-5, right?
Yeah.
No, 8-4 if you're a Washington.
Yeah, 8-4 Washington probably knocks them out.
Okay. Well, I'm saying, 8-4 would be best case.
And I'm not saying Ralph shuffled some deck chairs around to try to keep that streak going on a top 10 team falls out. But I would say if Texas was 10, I'd say nobody in the top 10 falls out. But with Washington there, Washington's like, oh, I'd go Washington. They'd fall out.
I just can't imagine. Even if Penn State goes 8-4,
I know they're probably
still going to be in the top 25.
Yeah, because of the strength of schedule.
I don't see 4 losses for Florida State, Clemson, USC, LSU, Alabama, Ohio State, Michigan, Georgia. I just don't see it.
I know. I mean, again, we have this discussion every year, and I agree every year. I'm with Lance that, this is the year it's not going to happen, but every year it happens. Every single year.
We didn't talk gambling today, but Iowa players betting the under in Iowa football games last year is so Iowa football, isn't it?
Yeah, but did you see what happened? The kid that bet the under scored the touchdown that put it over.
Yeah. Well, you got to give him credit for being an upstanding guy.
I mean, how much did he have on the under?
I don't know.
Would you rather score that collegiate touchdown?
Yeah.
Or would you rather get your $20 back on your under bet?
Plus, there was 4 minutes to go. Even if he runs out of bounds, they're probably still going to score.
Ball's in the air, and he's like, okay, I'll catch it. I'll catch it. All right. Glad to be back home, folks. Nothing like sweet home Alabama, but thank you again to all the fine folks at Ocean City for the 62nd time today. The guess is V Money's getting her own show. I'm not going to get into details.
You have to tune in and find out.
Yeah, not going to get into details. Richard, I'm going to read that one live.
So I'm going to bet against that.
I mean, we can go on and say no.
Yeah, you're not getting engaged live at noon?
That's off the table. It's off the table. And we'll find out what's on the table when we gather here Wednesday. But we had a whole live show before then, 4 more hours tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live show now on a Tuesday. Last day, Rockstar. Last day of 2 years of doing this. Am I right about that?
Well,
I am right
tomorrow's
about
the 16th. Tomorrow's the anniversary.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So the last day of 2 years.
So that means we turn 3 tomorrow.
That's right.
The show does. The company's already 3.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So the show turns 3 tomorrow is what
That's
you're telling
right.
me?
Anniversary tomorrow.
Goes so quick, Jim.
3 years in this studio. Studio A, I guess it'll be known later on in history. Right?
Sure, yeah.
If we ever get a B, this will be Studio A, right?
How do you know that's not the announcement Wednesday?
I'm not leading into anything about the announcements on Wednesday, but this will long be known as Studio A as we do the announcements coming up tomorrow at 12 noon on our 3-year anniversary, 12 noon Central Time, for those who are still listening to us in Ocean City, Maryland, and other parts on the Atlantic coast today as we get going. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, Lance Taylor is out today. Hopefully he'll be back tomorrow to celebrate 3 years, starting year number 3. That is Rockstar, who is in today, and everybody in the back row, including Melton and Forrester and Tyler. I mean, we don't even have enough chairs back there. And Lunsford is back from Los Angeles. Lunsford, how long were your feet on the ground in California? Like 12 hours?
Well, we got there at noon on Friday, and we left Monday morning. So I was there almost 3 full days.
Almost 3 full days.
Yeah.
So what was was it a Taylor Swift concert?
No, it was just a vacation.
Okay. I'm just
a
asking.
vacation.
Was there like a Star
reasonable
Wars
question.
thing with like you get to meet Spock or something?
No, I went to a Rams game before LT did.
Oh,
so.
you went to the Rams-Chargers game?
Yeah, they both look like absolute garbage.
They did, but it seemed like a pretty good atmosphere on TV.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun. SoFi's it's fun.
Exhibition football, but what about the stadium? How is SoFi?
It's outdoors, so you're still, when it's hot, you're still hot. I mean, as we all saw with the championship game when people got rained on still. So it's weird that you're outside but under a roof.
Okay, explain hot to me. Let me go hot.
No,
okay.
the weather there was incredible.
No.
Here.
Let me go hot here. If it's outside, you're still hot. Was SoFi Stadium outside hotter than, say, your house when you got back?
No, my house was infinitely hotter than SoFi Stadium was. Hot out there, I was like low 80s.
For those that don't know, Lunsford, when he came back, this is always my fear that when I'm gone, something crappy happens to my residence. While you were away, a tree limb decided to play.
Yes.
Tell me what happened at your house.
Yeah, a tree fell on my house. Luckily, the power line caught it before it did any real damage. However, it popped one of the power lines out, which killed our AC. And so power was still coming to most of our house, but we had no air conditioning. And so it was toasty. It's one of those things when you walk on the plane on LA and it's nice and fresh and everything, and then you walk off the plane in Birmingham and it smacks you in the face.
Yeah.
And then when I walked to my house, it smacked me in the face even harder.
You don't seem like the kind of guy who would sleep comfortably if it's warm in your house.
No, not at all. No, we had to do the hotel thing last night.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
so
You can't hide money, but you can't.
After by the way, going to LA and getting a hotel for a few nights too.
You know what we did in the trailer park? We sprayed down with off and laid in the back of Dad's pickup truck when we lost the AC.
Oh my God!
It had been cooler in the back of the pickup truck.
I do want to come back to that in 1 second, but the tree did not hit your house though. It only hit
the so this actually the same thing happened last year. We were going to the movies and a storm hit and a tree fell and messed everything up. But no, the power line caught it but there's 3 lines. I don't know how it works. But there's like 3 lines going to the house.
Yeah.
It caught it.
2 are decoys. 2 are decoys for the bird.
Well,
Only
the 2
one of them
decoys
matters.
are the ones that caught the tree, and the one got got
so
snapped off.
you need to underground utilities fixes all this.
Once again, can't hide money.
Oh, God. I mean, all new neighborhoods
and fiber internet.
My old house had that, but this is an older house.
So you took a shot at me.
Can I recommend Harbin's to come and do something to your trees that continue to be the problem?
And a pool too, sure.
No, and a pool too.
Yeah.
Glad to have Lunsford back.
So y'all slept under the stars, huh?
We've done it before.
Yeah, I like that.
Absolutely. Now, occasionally for us, there was no tree that fell on the power lines. Occasionally, we just didn't have electricity.
The next door neighbor didn't put the brick under the tire.
So we'd sleep outside every now and then.
Did you burn the Citronella candle?
Oh, those were so good, man. I used to love eating those things.
Eating?
Well, no.
It was like a snack.
Do you know what
we used to go to the movie theaters. Old people that are watching this will remember this. You would buy, when you at the drive-in theater in the South, you'd buy this thing that you'd light, and it would go like in a maze-like circle
like
to the
coil?
middle. Yeah. So it would burn, keeping the mosquitoes in such a way. And hopefully by the end of your double feature, kids, that's 2 movies in one night, outdoors. It would make it to the center, and boom, that's when it was time to go home.
Oh, yeah, the movie's over.
Stop the kissing. You're out of the burning candle thing.
I can't smell citronella without thinking of me and you doing those shows from the Bryant Museum.
Oh.
So when Dunaway and I, Rockstar, were in AM radio back in
the best thing. You can't smell a candle without thinking of Dunaway.
In the wasteland. Oh, it's a citronella candle. It's the worst smell.
Bed, Bath, and Beyond, Dunaway. That's in that order for him, yes.
So when we were in AM radio and people couldn't hear us under an overpass, the Bryant Museum paid us to come for the Nick Saban press conference each week to do our show from there.
Every Monday.
So they wanted us in the lobby, and the lobby at the Bryant Museum, Rockstar, is there's no carpet or anything. It's all like tile and a very high ceiling, big time echo. Who do you think that echo bothered?
Oh, you, for sure.
I didn't like it, but it was more bothersome to Dunaway.
For those that don't know, we've only been doing this 2 years on this platform. Little things bother me. Little things can distract me.
That's right. So the echo
can bother me for days. Like I woke up this morning at 2:50 because I had so many things in my mind. I have not been asleep.
Really? What's
2:50.
preying on your mind?
Oh, everything. The announcements tomorrow. Our party Thursday night at Walk-Ons. Melton demoting me to QB2 yesterday. I mean, it was just a
How
really.
How did you get demoted to QB2?
It was just a really. My mind is always working, man.
God, it is working, man. Because I heard that conversation, and I don't see.
I woke up, man. I was like, it's time to go to
You
work.
know who Dunaway is?
It's time to go to work.
I have figured out who Dunaway is. And I've worked with this guy forever, and I
Johnny
just
Manziel.
A little bit. Dunaway is current Georgia football. Okay.
Always looking at something to get motivated about?
I wouldn't call it motivated. I call it offended.
Yeah.
Dunaway's current Georgia football.
Milton basically said I'm a 7-5 team yesterday.
I don't see how you got that from that conversation. I was sitting there for it. But
I'm playing with him. I couldn't sit at the poker table with him last night, but I'm playing. I'm playing with him. Yes.
Dunaway's the guy. Nobody got it better in Georgia, but boy, they got to find a way to get offended.
I went out and pounded the crap out of some golf balls yesterday afternoon. Though I went to our friends at the Meadows.
Was a little hot for you?
No, I sweated. I loved it.
No, this is a great time to play golf. I love going out when it's this hot.
Charles is dead right. Jim's committee is in session at all times.
I think it really is.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely. So you were talking about candles at the
Citronella. We were at the Bryant Museum, so we had to move outside, Rockstar. So Dunaway was like, I cannot deal with this echo. We got to move outside. These were shows, Rockstar, done late August, early September. Do you think that was comfortable outside in Tuscaloosa, Alabama?
No, but there's also an echo.
Not outside. Outside was just fine. But you know what there was outside? Mosquitoes. So we get eaten alive. Mosquitoes. We get eaten alive the first time we do it. So Dunaway shows up next time with one of those bucket citronella candles. He brings it with him, and he lights it at the start.
Like one of the big ones.
Like Geppetto.
Yeah, lights it at the start of the show. So by the end of the show, I smell like citronella. Like I couldn't wash it off my skin.
Like Mike Shula came over one time and said, "You got to put that candle out. It's disrupting practice."
Yeah, it was the stinkiest. I hate that smell of citronella. I know why mosquitoes don't come.
Hey, and listen, that was 216, Jim, too. So I was wearing like a baggy sweatshirt outside in the summertime. It was
hot.
It was not good. Not a good life. I was counting between AM radio shows and when I could get my next chicken fried steak.
We got to talk about second lunch.
Double potatoes, please. Put a little gravy on both of them.
Listen, Bobby's right. I keep making the overpass comment about AM radio, but he says I could pick up Jock 690 in Southern Tennessee. No, when the sun was up, we were booming, baby.
When the sun was up, AM 690 back in the day, from Troy to Chattanooga.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah.
But buddy, you let football season get here and that sun sets at 4:45.
Well, once that sun found its home in the western sky.
Yeah. Basically the parking lot.
Couldn't pick us up. Couldn't pick us up at the curve in Homewood.
Rough.
Without the static back in those days. It was who handled that really well too. Right in the middle of football season, right when the games got good about mid-October. Hey, we're powering down today at 4:45. We're doing what at 4:45? It was my first year in radio. coming from television, where the power's always the same.
We don't have to turn the power down here.
I was like, man, this is fun, man. I'm fun. Football season's good. Getting third Saturday in October. Hey, how come nobody's calling anymore? We powered down at 4:45. We did what? Powered down at 4:45. Oh, okay.
Maybe people will listen to us on the internet, and back then we'd go. People listen to it on the internet. You out of your mind?
All right. We get going. Headlines and some of the stuff we want to jump into. Dan Wetzel in the next segment. Sliced Pizza Brownie bringing us part of the show today.
SlicedBirmingham.com. In fact, what day did we leave to go to Ocean City? Last Tuesday, me and a group of my buddies went to Slice Pizza, the Vestavia location, for lunch. And
I remember that.
I know. Jim didn't get invited, everybody, to a group of people he does not know.
Committee in session.
Yeah, committee in session. So me and a buddy of mine split that soul pie. It is my favorite. In fact, when we were in Ocean City, Lance got me to describe the soul pie to a Yankee. And they were like, is that the way they do pizza in the South? Is that the way Yankees talk, Rockstar?
Yeah, that sounds like something from Peru.
Yeah, is that the way they do pizza in the South? And I was like, yeah, it's the way they do good pizza in the South. You can find some of the most creative pizzas you will ever see right there at Slice Pizza. 4 great locations, SliceBirmingham.com, SliceBirmingham.com. That is a beautiful photo of us in the Mountain Brook location.
Hey, while Lunsford is talking about how crappy the Chargers and Rams game was, I thought about this last week, and I didn't know people were really doing this. But they're really doing this. Ravens and Commanders today, they're live streaming their joint practice.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which I was thinking last week as we were watching bad exhibition football on television and all the starters weren't playing, I was thinking to myself, why are we broadcasting these games in stadiums? They should do the joint practices in front of the crowds in the stadiums.
Because that's starters.
That's starters.
Yeah.
And, I know they don't tackle them to the ground and there's, thumpings and things like that, thud hitting and all that. But to me, that would be a lot more interesting than to sit there and watch the threes play each other for 3 quarters.
I agree completely.
And sure enough, because the NFL people are the best business people in sports in the United States, they figured out that, hey, there are probably some people who would love to watch our ones go up against the ones. So Ravens and Commanders are streaming that on the team's website.
Yeah,
today.
I mean, I think
they're making the money.
Yeah, I think it's a really good idea, obviously. I mean, if you told me Dolphins and Jags were in a joint practice and I could go watch the ones play, I could watch Tua throwing to Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill and handing off to Raheem Mostert. I'd much rather do that than watch the preseason game.
I could care less if they're tackling them or not.
Oh, no, I don't care because the preseason game, I mean, I know they're getting tackled, but it's also backups getting tackled.
I would say that I would spend a lot of time watching back when my team was good, or you now watching your team now that they're good, just watching that practice saying, don't get hurt. Don't get hurt.
No
don't
doubt.
get hurt. Don't get hurt. Because those, by the way, are when the worst injuries seem to happen.
Yeah.
When we're not watching, when they're at practice.
That's right. That's when you get the alert. So and so carted off of practice, and you're like, boy, I wonder how that happened.
Have you heard
seen that video
about Jalen Waddle yet?
No. Mike McDaniel addressed it after the Friday night game against the Falcons. He said it was just a midsection injury, nothing serious. They're just resting him. That
Who needs a midsection? You got two other sections.
I mean, you got upper and lower section. Those are the more important ones anyway. But everybody thought it was a leg injury by the way he stayed on the ground and reacted.
Oh, okay.
But it was just a midsection injury, and this appears to be nothing bad at all.
We talk about the SEC and 16 teams and how good the matchups are going to be week in and week out. And even with all the expansion that has gone on, the Big Ten and the Fox deal, they don't always get great matchups. And one of these involves a future SEC team. The Big Noon Kickoff announced 3 more games today, this morning. Three more games.
But their early slate is just a little so-so.
This gets you to October 14th.
Yeah, I know. We got a lot of Colorado in the early slate, though.
Okay, so here's 3 more games for the Big Noon Kickoff, the biggest game of the day on Fox,
That's right. Yes, correct.
This is the Gus and Joel game, the Clack
That is
game.
right, yep.
They announced these games today. As soon as I find it.
So
right here on my
good you
sheet.
don't even know where you wrote them, Jim.
I wrote them down, I promise. Here they are.
Yeah, all right.
September 23rd, Big Noon Kickoff, Oklahoma at Cincinnati. Would have been really good a couple of years ago.
Well, I'm telling you what. I mean, that game doesn't do a ton for me. I mean, that was a
do this for me. Pull up our local TV schedule and tell me the best game in Week 3 in the SEC. Let's compare to what ABC, ESPN will be getting as opposed to the old Oklahoma-Cincinnati game, which is going to be the biggest game of the day on Fox.
So we're Week 3, you're telling me?
Week 3 SEC schedule. What's the best game in the SEC?
Well, the ESPN game, straight out of game day, is LSU at Mississippi State.
Anybody interested in LSU, Mississippi State?
It's a good game.
Over Oklahoma-Cincinnati. Again, really good in 2020. Not so good in 2023.
Yeah, let me go to the SEC.
Or 2021, I guess. So Cincinnati's good year.
Your CBS game that day is South Carolina at Georgia. Now, that's a game yesterday. I said it's not going to blow you away if you're watching some other game on Fox that they
Why
go
am
to
I
the
watching
studio.
Oklahoma-Cincinnati when South Carolina is up on Georgia 3-0?
They go to the studio, and the guy, Rob Stone, I think I got this right, Jim. I want to be accurate here. Rob Stone, studio host on Fox.
Alive or not?
Is like, no, Rob's very much alive. He did not die. Rob is alive, and he says, hey, guys, we're going to get you right back out to Oklahoma, Cincinnati, but Georgia is in trouble against South Carolina. Okay.
NH3425 calling upset alert early. Flash the lights, please. Mississippi State over LSU in that game. He says Mississippi State over LSU.
I think Lance called that one.
Ring the bell.
Lance said that's going to be a difficult game for them.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All right, so that's
funny that Lance called that, and also then in Ocean City, where I think he was a little hungover, actually bet me that LSU would not lose a game in September.
That is correct, yes. But I don't think he called the upset. He said it'd be a tough game.
Okay.
But, yeah, LSU at State is your straight out of game day game.
Come on, State.
Yeah.
Just for
Hell
my
dear
State.
old State.
Yeah. On September 30th, I'm interested in this game because I like one of the coaches. Don't really like the other coach, despite my khaki pants today. September 30th. Michigan and Lincoln against Nebraska.
And this is the big noon. This is the early kick. All right, so it's going to be tough here because let me give you the SEC slate that day. And I don't know who the early game is going to be.
All I'm saying, who's better than Michigan, Nebraska? You got somebody better than that?
Michigan, Nebraska. I would say Georgia at Auburn.
Woo, are you kidding me?
Well, I mean,
who's got a better deal, ABC, ESPN, or Fox?
Georgia at Auburn.
Clatt's not listening, is he?
No, Clatt's not listening.
Okay.
Nebraska at Michigan and Georgia at Auburn could have similar final scores. So I don't know.
I am not going to sit here and let you say Auburn can't play with Georgia.
I didn't say that. I said they could have similar final scores. That's all I said. Maybe I'm saying Nebraska can play with Michigan. You also that day have Alabama, the Crimson Tide, Jim. They are on the road at Mississippi State. Ring the cowbell again, right?
Who's at Mississippi State?
That's Alabama, the Crimson Tide. Yeah.
That early in the year?
That early in the year, Saturday,
Wow.
September 30th.
That's usually a November game for me.
New schedule, new world we're living in here. Also that day, the Magnolia Bowl, speaking of early.
Wow.
LSU is at Ole Miss, Magnolia Bowl on the road. Also that day, you've got South Carolina at Tennessee.
Well, that's 4 good games.
Oh, I'm not done.
We got more?
Also that day, you've got Texas A&M at Arkansas. It says at Arkansas. It's neutral site, AT&T Stadium in Arlington. Also that day, sneaky good game of Florida at Kentucky at Kroger Field.
Wow.
Yeah. The only bad conference game you got that day is Missouri at Vandy.
Do you think Gus and Joel sort of wish they had a choice of those games?
I would take Georgia at Auburn just based on atmosphere alone.
Yeah.
Over Michigan, Nebraska.
Michigan-Nebraska atmosphere would be fantastic.
Michigan atmosphere way overrated. The game's in Ann Arbor or in Lincoln?
It's in Lincoln.
Oh, it's in Lincoln. Okay, that's better. Alabama at State. I would take that one. I think that'll be a better game. LSU at Ole Miss, I think, will be a better game. I think South Carolina at Tennessee will be a better game. And I think A&M at Arkansas. A&M Arkansas neutral site will be a better game. Yeah. I think you got 5 better games.
5 really, really good games.
Yeah.
Michigan-Nebraska.
Okay. Give me another one.
Let's go Big Red in that one. October 14th is the other one they announced.
I got you. What you want?
Ohio State in a place I like to call West Lafayette, Indiana. Ohio State at Purdue.
Okay.
October 14th.
Here are the games I say are better than that one. Arkansas at Alabama. Auburn at LSU. Texas A&M.
Mashed potatoes?
Texas A&M at Tennessee. Now, here are the games that are not as good as that. Georgia at Vanderbilt, Missouri at Kentucky, and Florida at South Carolina. Now, Florida at South Carolina could be an entertaining game, but I would say Ohio State at Purdue is probably the better overall game.
That sounds like a name-your-score game, Ohio State and Purdue.
Yeah.
All right, that's the big noon kickoff. 3 new announcements there for Gus and Joel's games out there.
I got to say, I love Klatt. Love him like a brother. They don't have a great schedule this year. I mean, they got Colorado, Nebraska, Colorado, TCU, Colorado, Nebraska the first 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then those games you just gave me don't really get me fired up.
Hence me bringing them up in the first segment.
Well, I know. I'm just saying, I don't know. I mean, I liked it. I liked it when the Big Noon Kickoff has a good game.
Yeah.
And now that they've got this deal with CBS and NBC, I feel like Big Noon Kickoff's going to get less good games.
Dan Wetzel, next segment. We'll talk to him about a variety of things. JohnstonRVCenter.com, JohnstonRVCenter.com. Brown, before you tell us about that, Tesla Talk, Fox sucks balls, hate the song, hate the coverage.
Oh, I like the song.
Love the song, love the coverage.
Yeah.
Wish they had better games.
Yeah.
Love Gus, love Joel, love the song, love the all-American girl, Jenny Taft, on the sidelines. LT's neighbor, Jim, I'll say it, Auburn can't play with Georgia yet.
I don't think they can, but I think you got good atmosphere, and I think it'll be a tight game for a little bit.
Bobby, who's at Mississippi State? Jim, you're missing a pretty good show.
It was
Bobby,
Alabama.
Bobby, I'll be honest with you. There are times we were a 3-person show more times than we're not, and when there's a nuance to doing a 3-person show, and there's when there's 2 people, the gaps between when I can't look down and figure out what's next takes me a couple of swings to sort of get up to speed there a little bit. It's like I'm moving up from AAA when there's 3 up to the big leagues. I got to be a little faster on my reaction, so I got caught looking down at my sheet to see where we're going next. Tell us about Johnston RV, and we'll get to Dan Wetzel.
Hey, you can go see America with an RV from Johnston RV Center. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. And right now, their travel trailers start at just $139 a month. $139 a month. You do the math on that. We couldn't do math earlier if this made us 2 or 3 tomorrow. We're turning 2, by the way. We got that wrong. That's on me.
We're starting year 3, though.
We are starting year 3, but that means you've turned 2. I can do the math on this one. $139 a month. About $5 a day. $5 a day to see America? You kidding me? Absolutely. 2023 fifth wheels, just $439 a month. All those of you that served in the military, whether you were active duty or retired military, you made this the greatest nation in the universe. There isn't a discussion about that. We thank you, and they thank you at Johnston RV as well with great discounts. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. Dan Wetzel talks Jim Harbaugh, suspension, expansion, everything next on the next round.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
It's time to get out and enjoy the summer of 2023. Ocean City, Maryland, and your hotel family at Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from our Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at our Bayview Bar and Grill, span the 2.5-mile-long Ocean City Boardwalk, and a lot more. See all this plus irresistible summer deals and packages online at residenceInOC.com. Check us out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City, Maryland.
It's time for back to school again. Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and we have all the New Balance shoes and apparel your kids need to keep them at their best this fall. We have the largest selection of New Balance shoes in Birmingham, including all the newest styles, and our fit specialists are trained in measuring growing feet. So here at the New Balance store, they'll get the perfect fit every time. Get ready for back to school now by shopping with us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the next round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store. DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Our friends at Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. They'll be with us as well at our kickoff party, second anniversary party, all happening Thursday night at Walk-On Stadium Trace, 5 o'clock until closing time.
Are you going to sing the song at the end, the
closing time?
What's that song about?
Well, everybody thinks it's about a bar closing, but it's actually about the guy's wife having the final baby of their marriage.
Yeah.
To which I say, if everybody thinks your song is about a bar closing, guess what your song's about?
I will tell you, for me last year, it was, I think it was Motley Crue. Was that Motley Crue? You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. It's time to wrap it up.
Yeah.
The walk-on staff was ready to go. Let's get
Walk-On's
out.
like, hey, we love the Next Round family. We don't love y'all this much. You ain't moving in. All right, Dan Wetzel is with us, Rockstar. If you'll bring him in, please, on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. National columnist to Yahoo Sports. If Dan were in town Thursday, he would be at our second anniversary party, third anniversary party, whatever party it is. Hey, Dan, how are you?
It's absolutely true. That is absolutely true. It's
Fact.
going to be a good party because I think you were one of the few that survived SEC Media Days without being too wiped out.
That is true.
As I recall.
Yeah, that is
As I
true.
recall.
That is true.
Yeah.
Well, we made it all 4 days. I was pretty tired when I came home, but we made it all 4 days.
I was hungover 2 out of the 4.
Broadway got a few of you.
Yeah. Broadway's a fun spot, man. I know you probably don't get to Nashville as much as we do, but Broadway is a fun spot.
It is a fun time. A lot of country cover band.
Yep.
A lot of country cover band. Loud country cover band. But so small doses for me. Sorry, but it's all right. It's good. It's fun. It's definitely a fun, especially a weekend. That'd be great.
So if I had to characterize your story about the NCAA in Michigan this way, would I be incorrect if I said the NCAA did not like the way this story was playing publicly, that it was over, quote unquote, a hamburger, a cheeseburger, and that pissed them off, so they're going to go back to the drawing board on punishment? Is that an overstatement by me?
We don't know that, but it's certainly possible. They're giving that indication, and I know that sounds astounding, but the enforcement staff. So what they have to do with this is you have a prosecution, which is the enforcement staff, and then you have the defendant. So if the prosecutor says, you robbed a bank, it's 10 years in prison. If we go to trial and you're found guilty, you go, look, we're going to plea bargain. So we did it. Okay, go to 6, right? Everyone's heard of that. You still need a judge to sign off on that. That's just basic stuff. So in this case, the enforcement staff, the prosecutor said Jim Harbaugh sit 4 games. Harbaugh said, fine, I'll sit 4 games. And they went to the judge, the committee on infraction, and said, no, we're not accepting that. And so they don't accept it because it's too high. They clearly want more. And then they issue a statement, a vice president from the NCAA issues a statement that mentions this case is not about a cheeseburger. And that has been every time a school gets in trouble, the fans find something to rally around. And there's just basic, it's always a couple things. It's basic propaganda. It's how propaganda works in the country. Like, well, we didn't do it. Then it's, well, if we did it, it's not a big deal. Then it's, even if it is a big deal, other guys are doing worse. Like, that's just basic propaganda in the world. And it's a way to rally. So in Michigan's case, reporting has leaked out that one of the violations is Jim Harbaugh met with some recruits during a dead period, and that's the violation. And they should punish someone who's meeting when you're not allowed to. In the NBA or NFL, if you meet with a free agent before you're allowed to meet with free agents, you get in trouble. This is pretty simple. But what Michigan fans went with is, well, he bought them a hamburger out at a restaurant, and now we're in trouble. It's not like he bought recruits, a car or a house or dropped off a suitcase. It's a hamburger. So they've rallied on this hamburger line. And then and even though it's not rational and it's not the point, the NCAA is actually right. But the NCAA says, no, we're not accepting this plea deal of 4 games, 1/3 of the season for the head coach of the number 2 ranked team in the country, right? 4 games. And they say, no, we're not taking that. And this case is not about a cheeseburger. They call it cheeseburger. The Michigan fans always said hamburger. Maybe the slice of cheese is what makes it a bigger deal. I don't know all the NCAA rules, but the fact they're clapping back at internet message boards and podcast, talk radio is crazy, because Harbaugh has not come out and said I shouldn't be punished. It's just a hamburger. Michigan hasn't come out and said we shouldn't be punished. It's just a hamburger. No lawyers. No ADs. Nobody has said that except the fans. So the way it's getting played publicly, and I assume they're mad that the details of the case have sort of leaked out about this hamburger, that they're arguing with message board posters and potentially punishing Jim Harbaugh more because of it. And that part to me is just like Harbaugh should get by the rules. He should get suspended, but my goodness, we had a deal, and now you're mad that people are making fun of you about a hamburger? Like, that doesn't seem like how the NCAA should operate.
We've been trying cases at Tighter Insider in the bunker for years down here in the SEC, so I understand that. But it doesn't help, does it, that before the committee accepts the penalties, that the head coach is saying, I'm thinking about letting a different assistant be the head coach in every. This suspension is so bad, I'm going to let a different assistant be a head coach in every one of these games to give them that's sort of clapping back that this isn't really that big a deal. We're just going to let somebody else coach the team, a different person every game.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you think that's aggressive against the NCAA?
I thought it was.
You think it's him thumbing his nose? Like,
yeah.
Assistants can handle this anyway.
Our games are so easy.
It's like a farm league.
It's no big deal to us.
Yeah.
In fact, we're gonna use this as a positive. I'm gonna let every assistant pick a game, guys.
That's giving guys an advantage, like a chance. I thought he should bring celebrity, make it a recruiting thing. And
Right.
Tom Brady coach one week, and Charles Woodson the next, right? And have you want to come up for our official visit this weekend? Tom Brady's going to be the head coach. You'd be like, okay, I'll go.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess that is, but I don't. So if he just said, one of the problems is there's also assistants. So Sharon Moore is their top guy. If Harbaugh were to resign today, Sharon Moore, their offensive, I don't know if he's the coordinator, whatever he is, he'd get the job probably. But he's going to get suspended a game for this as well. So I don't know. I guess that could be a little bit. This is why you basically try to say nothing, right? You don't want to anger them. But to me, it's one thing if they were. I don't know why they brought up the cheeseburger. That's the whole thing. They kind of tip their hand by mentioning that they're upset about this narrative that it's just a cheeseburger, and they're correct. The NCAA is correct on that. But who cares? That's just part of the deal. If the fans are going to yell at you, that's the job, right? I'm the NCAA investigator. Yeah. Fans are going to hate me. Okay.
So, Dan, you live not far from there. Do you know, is this cheeseburger good? Have you ever been to this place?
Okay. So this is actually a pretty legendary place called the Brown Jug.
Mm-hmm.
And they have a number of They have a number of burgers. We have not identified. And I am a failure as a reporter, guys. I've been on here a lot of years. I'm failing this. I don't know what hamburger he ordered. There's a couple funny things about it. Now, there's like the Jack Harbaugh. His dad has a burger there. Bo Schembechler has a burger. Michael Phelps has a vegan burger. I don't think Harbaugh touched that. Okay, we can rule that one out. We don't know if cheese was involved or not. Harbaugh's signature item, this is like a legendary, right? Same thing you'd have at Auburn. It's a legendary plate. The brown jug, the little brown jug is what they play Minnesota for as a trophy, right? So Harbaugh has a 10-ounce steak and mashed potatoes. It's the Jim Harbaugh steak and potatoes, right? But what we heard was they actually met for breakfast, but Harbaugh ordered a burger anyway.
Yeah, my kind of guy.
I love a breakfast burger, man. Put an egg on that, some hash browns. That's good.
I don't know if there's eggs. He may have just got a burger. This is Harbaugh. There may not have been an egg, but I don't know. So that's the thing. And this is also the thing about the just a burger, just a cheeseburger. Back when we were kids, cheeseburger was like there's a bun, there's a burger, there's cheese, there's lettuce, right? Like burgers have come a long way with the egg on top, the onion straws, the whole. I mean, it might be a major violation the way burgers have come along. They're having a moment.
You're right. I mean, I've had a $20 burger before. It's easy to get up there.
You can do it at this joint. I'm looking at the menu. The Lloyd Carr Barbecue Bacon Melt Burger, I think, is the route I would go there. $17 for that, Jim.
Yeah. You probably can't order that on January 1st, right? Dan Wetzel is with us here. Trev Alberts, the athletic director of Nebraska, in talking about future expansion, doesn't think it's over. He says, quote, next go-around will be far more disruptive, in his opinion. What could be more disruptive than eliminating the Pac-12? I mean, what's next? What could be next?
Eliminating the ACC?
Oh.
Yeah. I guess that could be it, right?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's two – okay, so we've hit Armageddon stage, right? 108-year-old conference basically doesn't exist. And there's 4 schools that don't have anywhere to go, including the 2 schools in San Francisco, like the 5th biggest city in the country and maybe the wealthiest. We don't have any team. We might not have any power teams. I love college football for this. We have teams in Starkville, in Stillwater, in Ames, San Francisco. No, we don't need any teams in San Francisco. Why would we want to be in the Bay Area with all the Silicon Valley money? No, we don't want any of that. We want our place. That's what I love about this sport. Manhattan, Kansas can kill it, and Manhattan, New York has nothing. The next 2 would obviously, if the ACC at some point, it's rad. I mean, the calls are coming from inside the house. Florida State is screaming that they want out, and who wants Florida State, Clemson, North Carolina? Very, very big appeal to SEC and the AC and the Big Ten and Notre Dame. To me, I think if the SEC were to expand again, and I don't think they want to, their top 2 choices are probably North Carolina and Notre Dame. If they get those 2, would they sweep up Clemson and Florida State also? Would they grab Miami? I don't know, but there's that. The ACC could crumble. The other is the real Armageddon is when do they start kicking some schools out?
Oh.
And I don't know if it's even possible, but the Big Ten added Rutgers and Maryland 10 years ago because the Big Ten network was on basic cable, and they could force every home that got basic cable in New Jersey and Maryland to pay for the Big Ten network and bring in a whole bunch of money. And that's a lot of homes. Well, people are cutting the cord. There's less basic cable every year. At what point do someone look – and so that value is no longer as what it was. It may get quite low. Who knows? But at what point does someone at the Big Ten look around and go, what is your job here? Why are you guys here again? And do they ever sit there and go, the Ohio States, the Michigans, the Penn State sit there and say, why are we propping these schools up? We keep having to add schools. Why don't we cut a few? And that would be the ultimate art. I don't know when that would be, but I'm not really sure what what's next for Trev Alberts is talking about, because I don't know what I don't even think Oregon and Washington bring a whole lot of value to the Big Ten. Financially, they didn't. I think they just grabbed them out of a panic because they felt like they needed to grab them. But I don't know what, until the ACC splits, I don't know who's out there that you'd even want.
This segment brought to you by our friends at Hamburger Heaven as we talk to Dan Wetzel about cheeseburgers and realignment. You know, Mike Oresco is an aggressive guy with the American Conference. I'm waiting for him to go all biblical on us and talk about the meek inheriting the earth. When we start going college football playoff such again, do you think they'll change the format? Will they go to this much talked about 5+7 or the best 12 teams? Or do you think Oresco and the group of 5 guys will be able to keep 6 conference champions and 6 at large when we get finally to this 12-team playoff?
So my understanding we have 4 teams this year. We have 12 teams for 24 and 25, and then there is nothing. And they have to redo. They could do anything in 26. You could be all SEC Big Ten. You could have anything happen. Who knows? They could go back to 4. It's wide open. They will probably stay at 12, I'm sure, because the money and the excitement is going to be incredible. But as I understand it, the 24 and 25 deal is locked in unless there is unanimous support to change it from 6 automatic bids and 6 at large, which made sense when there were 5 Power 5 conferences, to 5. Now that there's only 4, does that still make sense? Probably not. It probably should go to 5 automatic bids, 7 at large. But obviously, if you're running the American or the Mountain West or whatever, you're going, hey, this gives us an extra chance to get in the playoffs. So I don't know how you get the American to go along and say, we're going to vote for this. I mean, the only thing you can do is to do it to try to appease the SEC and Big Ten and say, please don't take any more of our teams. But I don't even know if they're going to take them if they want them anyway. So I could see us staying at 6. And then I would imagine it would go to 5 automatic bids and 7. But we're literally talking about 1 at large. And the way this is set up with only 4, like 3 to 4 teams from the SEC are going to get into this. 3 to 4 teams from the Big Ten are going to get into it. I would imagine those two leagues will have 7 of the 12 every time. And then there'll be 1 Big 12, there'll be 1 Pac-12, there'll be 1 ACC. Then, so that'll get it to 10, and then it'll be like 2 more, maybe a second ACC team, maybe Notre Dame, maybe. So, I mean, if you can't finish in the top 4 of the SEC or Big Ten, I'm not really going to cry your river. I would prefer to have more representation. I like seeing a Tulane have a big season and get there. I'd like to see. But one thing that happened, and the ACC and all of them should kick themselves, Greg Sankey and others, but Sankey kind of ran it. He offered the 6 and 6 for a long period of time. And they were all mad at Greg Sankey and the SEC for taking Texas and Oklahoma. So they formed that alliance, the ACC, Big Ten, and Pac-12, and they blocked the playoff because they were mad. And I don't know how you can be mad at the SEC for taking Texas and Oklahoma. Everyone would have taken Texas and Oklahoma. Greg Sankey would have needed to be fired if he didn't take Texas and Oklahoma. I mean, it's just business. And so they were so mad they turned down a long-term deal that would have benefited all these guys for the long haul because they got too emotional about it. So if it goes to 5 and 7, it's kind of on them.
All right, he is Dan Wetzel, at Dan Wetzel on Twitter is where you follow him, and read him at Yahoo Sports. He's their national columnist. Always fun with us. Dan, thank you very much for the time. Always great talking with you.
Thanks, guys. Take
All right,
care.
buddy. Have a good week, Dan, with us on the Johnston RVCenter.com hotline.
And the show being brought to you in part today by our great friends at Wayne's. We're celebrating 50 years with our friends at Wayne's, and we've got a promo code for you. I want to give it to you. It is TNR. Promo code TNR, and that gives you a chance to save $50 on each of the platforms at Wayne's. And this is for new customers, but also existing customers. So there's no reason, even if you've been with Wayne's for 50 years, that you don't take advantage of this. The promo code TNR, the website is callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com, or 866-WAYNES1. The discounts, new and existing customers, include $50 off pest control, $50 off termite protection, $50 off lawn care, $50 off mosquito services. You can stack those together, save $100, $150, all with the promo code
TNR. Celebrating 50 years with our friends at Wayne's. They've been doing it better than anyone else. That lawn care service is fantastic this time of year. Not only do you get the growing season all the way until we get to fall, but then they'll get your lawn deep-rooted nutrients in the ground that'll make your lawn even greener and stronger next year in 2024. Get more details on the website, callwaynes.com, and sign up using our promo code TNR, or switch over to a new service with our promo code TNR. And for existing customers, use the promo TNR for big savings. Call Waynes.com or 866-WAYNES-1. Braves win last night, 11-3 over the Yankees. They're back at it tonight in Atlanta, 6:20 on TBS. That Wander Franco story of the Tampa Bay Rays, tough situation. He's missing the entire 6-game road trip as there's an investigation on whether or not he had an inappropriate relationship with a minor. Apparently, the investigation is ongoing in the Dominican Republic, where he is from. He denies the allegation to his teammates and then on an Instagram live stream on Sunday night, but he is missing this 6-game road trip while the investigation is ongoing. That is a Tampa Bay Rays call, not Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball, after they get information on the investigation, may suspend him at a later date. If you're wondering, he's in the third year of an 11-year guaranteed $182 million contract, the biggest in Tampa Bay Rays history. Sticky situation there for Wander Franco. When we come back, more college football, 4 downs later on. Clay Travis at the top of the hour on the show that's being brought to you by the great folks at Shannara Flooring. Brownie, if it's time to remodel, there's only one person to call when it comes to flooring.
It is Fu and you. Our guy Rockstar did this. Rockstar had a room that wasn't up to par for a little cord. We didn't want cord falling and busting his head wide open and spilling blood.
It would split it wide open. It would have been Humpty Dumpty with that floor.
Yeah, so what'd you do?
We called Shannara Flooring, and we got a carpet installed with a nice soft pad under the carpet, so it's been fantastic that he can actually go in there and play with his 6 billion cars.
You might have known them as Homewood Carpet and Flooring. They are now Shannara Flooring. The name might have changed. You know what didn't? The same superior service and great customer service and great floors that Fu and the gang there at a Homewood Carpet and Flooring has been giving Birmingham. So now Shannara Flooring. Still offering the best tile, best hardwoods, carpet, LVP and LVT, the best countertops, the best specialty flooring in Birmingham. Residential or commercial, they do absolutely all of it. You can visit ShannaraFlooring.com. That is ShannaraFlooring.com. Or call them like Rockstar did, 205-518-6423, ShannaraFlooring.com, or 205-518-6423.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest. Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call waynes.com.
You have all heard of Red Wing Shoes, but what is Red Wing Shoes? It's the place where men buy boots, plain and simple. Who are Red Wing's customers? They are construction workers, warehouse employees, college students, the guy that fixes your AC, the guy at the end of the bar, the IT guy. Red Wing is a father, Red Wing is a son, Red Wing is a cult following shared by all men. A classic, comfortable pair of cool boots with a story to tell. What's your Red Wing story? Red Wing Shoe Stores, located in Pelham and Trustville.
You can win a Chevy Trail Boss pickup or your share of $25,000 in free play and cash at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Play the latest, most exciting games around with fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can be a winner too. Come win your share during the Trail Boss and $25,000 giveaway at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Drawings August 25th and 26th. Located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
We'll give Rockstar a chance to think about this question. Most popular cereal in America. Don't answer until Brownie tells us about our friends at Michael's. And not your favorite, but the most bought cereal in the United States of America again last year.
I think I know it. Michelson Laser Vision. This is where if Lance were here, he would go, Frosted Flakes. Lance, it's a tease. Find out if LASIK is right for you.
So did you just ruin it?
No, I don't think it's Frosted. That's not what I was going to guess. Okay. Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100, 969-8100, or MichelsonLaserVision.com. They fix Lance's vision forever with LASIK Vision. Dr. Mark Michelson, his daughter Jennifer Michelson, Dr. Jennifer Michelson, they are pioneers in this field, right? People come from all over just to talk to them about how they do it. They're right here in your backyard. See if LASIK is right for you. Call Amy. Tell her, I want Lance Taylor's fighter pilot vision. That's what I want, all right? She'll get you scheduled for an evaluation, and they'll let you know if LASIK is right for you. 969-8100, MichelsonLaserVision.com.
All right, Rockstar, your guess is?
Cheerios.
That's where I was going to go.
Cheerios for you. Cheerios is the correct answer, as Bobby and others are, different flavors, Honey Nut Cheerios and some of the others. I wonder if that combines all Cheerios, all the flavors.
Because of kids, for babies and toddlers, it is the regular old Cheerios.
It's just universal that you can give a bag or cup of Cheerios to any kid and they'll eat it.
Me too. I used to snack on them as well, just sitting around watching games and stuff. Cheerios, $435+ million a year. Number one cereal in America again. I that could be just Cheerios, but if you throw the whole Cheerio umbrella in there.
Oh, there's like 1,500. You go to the aisle, there's blueberry Cheerios, there's pumpkin spice latte Cheerios, chocolate Cheerios.
Yeah.
It's nasty.
Yeah. I love the original Cheerios.
Honey
it's
Nut.
Good.
Oh, Honey Nut Cheerios.
I'm a Honey Nut guy.
Is good. Yeah. Honey Nut is good.
I'll tell you what, regular Cheerios, weird statement here, okay? But regular Cheerios, because my little one will eat them, they smell like wet diapers.
All right.
They do.
That's good. That's a good endorsement.
Next time you pop open a box of regular Cheerios, smell it and tell me if I'm wrong. They smell like wet diapers.
I'm not going to try it. I'll take your word for it, though.
Like a diaper with a number 1 in it, or it's raining outside and your kid's playing in a puddle, wet diaper. Like
I was thinking more of the number.
Or you spilled a glass of wine, wet
number
diaper.
1 in it. I don't know what the other one smells like.
I'm not a big wet diaper guy.
No, I don't think most people are.
I can't stop.
Especially at breakfast time.
We use them as masks at night to sleep, like a little CPAP.
How is the little guy doing? You missed it. You missed Friday.
He's sick. He's got stomach issues and he's got congestion issues, which goes to Dad. I woke up with a sore throat this morning.
Yeah.
And this is a busy week for me, but he's not in good spirits.
What did I tell you? This is the year he started daycare, right?
He's 2 weeks in.
2 weeks into daycare.
But he's got to go through this.
Yeah, every parent's done this, and they never go to daycare when they go to pre-K or kindergarten, it happens then eventually You're going to get out in the wild, and you're going to get sick a lot for the
Listen,
first year.
Rockstar, that Wuhan lab ain't got nothing on a daycare. I mean, there's more viruses being produced in that daycare than all of Wuhan combined.
Well, we kept him at a daycare Friday and today and yesterday because he just feels so bad. So Bethany's taking care of him, but he's leaking out of every orifice. It seems he wakes up, he's just got eye boogers.
Yeah.
He's got constant snot in his nose, and you can just tell he is miserable.
Yeah, and they don't really know how to blow it yet. You got to get that contraption out.
He can't really understand how to breathe out of his mouth when his nose is stopped
that's
up.
a terrible
so he just cries nonstop. It's been a good couple nights.
Yeah. I hear you. I should have come over because I was up at 2:50.
Oh, we were up. We got him to sleep around 5:45 this morning.
What if you were sound asleep and something wakes you up and it's Dunaway leaning over the bed saying, "Hey, I'm going to rock hard. You guys just sleep.
Hey,
I got this."
Yeah.
That's
How'd you get in here?
That's like a Manning commercial. All
Just
of
get
a
in the
sudden,
bed with us. It's easier.
a young couple about to wake up for the crying baby, and Peyton Manning comes up from, "Hey, you guys sleep. I've got it. I got it. Eli and I will take We'll take the night shift."
Hey, P.
And I'm Cooper.
All right, fella, you just stay behind the camera like always.
Yeah. All right. From the NFL yesterday, a couple of running back signees. Zeke Elliott to the Patriots. Doesn't do a ton for me. The Patriots need some running help, so I understand.
Not surprising. He and Mac Jones were seen out to dinner not long ago. So I think you can see this coming. They were at the New England version of the Bright Star.
Zeke's yacht was on Lake Tuscaloosa.
That's right.
Yeah. All the old sayings. More impressive to me is that Dalvin Cook finally picked up by the New York Jets, $8.6 million for a one-year deal with the Jets. So they're all in on 1 year. And the problem, the good thing here for the Jets and for Aaron Rodgers, Dalvin Cook's really good, but they weren't hurting at running back. They got Breece Hall, too, who was also really good. So they got a two-headed monster, and Dalvin Cook and Breece Hall to rotate in and out. Cook's really good out of the backfield catching the ball. Good receivers there. Jets all in 1 year. We'll see if it pans out.
It certainly feels that way, doesn't it? It feels like the Jets are all in on with Aaron Rodgers. Garrett Wilson's obviously a really good receiver they already had. That two-headed running back tandem there. When Breece Hall went down last year, it definitely affected them. He was off to a really good start. I like him. But it looked like it was either going to be Miami or the Jets from day one. And the Jets go, one thing about Miami is they like Devin Achane out of Texas A&M and what he has done in camp. So it made them a little bit less of a player in the Dalvin Cook market. So it became all Jets.
Fumbles a lot in Madden, so I don't know. A-Chain does.
A-Chain does, yeah. Only if you use the hit stick.
See. Hey, Forrester, how quickly can you pull up Brett McMurphy's Twitter? He just tweeted about the Florida Gators. I'll tell you what it is Forrester magically does this faster than anyone else in the business. No one else in the digital space of sports talk pulls up things faster than Scott Forrester did. Pause there to give him a little extra time.
That's right.
Brett McMurphy reporting that Florida will wear their all-black uniforms for the first time in school history, November 4th, against Arkansas. Florida will honor members of the armed forces, veterans, and local first responders that night, and they'll do so in a night game dressed in all black. McMurphy has a couple of pictures of the Gators helmet. Now, I like the F helmets when they use that, but there's the scripted Gators black helmets, and you can just picture that black jersey, black pants with the orange, blue, and white piping all the way down there. So I've never seen a Florida uniform like that.
I'll take Arkansas on the points, Jimmy, right now. Give me Arkansas on the points.
Why? Because Florida's dressed like they're going to a funeral?
Yep, like they're going to. Maybe I am.
Maybe they are.
So when you do goofy uniforms like this, I think more often than not. Now I'd like the stats on this. Somebody needs to keep stats on this so I can talk more intelligently about it in the future.
Yeah, but don't you think there are stats out there and that we just always go back to? Alabama beat Georgia on the blackout, and that's the one everybody hangs their hat on. It just seems like there's alternate uniforms all the time.
It feels like when you go alternate uniforms, it inspires the other team. I like Arkansas right now. Robert's asking, is that my Brown Bandit lock of the year? I'm not ready to release my lock of the year, but I'll tell you what, I'll need to look at the point spread. The Brown Bandit likes only touchdown or more. He goes for maximum points, the Brown Bandit does.
SNS says I'm taking Hogs and whatever points I get with them
That's
that
right.
night.
Give me the Hogs. Give me the Hogs. That's a big winner that night.
Smuff says, I hope they don't get flexed to a day game that day, November 4th.
Hot. Woo, woo. Yeah,
These all black uniforms, just 11 o'clock straight out of game day kick is
is hurting
Well, first
me.
of all, I think Arkansas is just a better team than Florida this year. I think Arkansas is a better team to begin with. But then when you go alternate uniforms, it feels like it blows up on you more often than
I'll
not.
go ahead and project Tom Hart, Palmer, and Cole at that game. Arkansas,
Rogers.
Florida.
Rogers.
Jordan Rogers.
You said Palmer.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I got both names wrong.
Yes, you did.
I'll go this way. Tom, the analyst, and Cole. I project that the prime time SEC Network crew at that one. When we come back, Clay Travis is on the show, scheduled to be with us, brought to you in part today by our friends at Coca-Cola. New cooler full back there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the Coke Man. The Coke Man was by today. Fills that thing up to the brim, all new Coca-Colas. And you know what?
What?
He looked at the born on date. We had a few bottles that were past their, still good to drink, past their use.
Yeah.
You know what I did?
What?
Those 8 Diet Cokes he was taking out?
Chug-a-lug?
They're in Jimmy's bag right now, taking them to the Dunaway house.
It's like milk, man. It goes a few days after the those Diet Cokes drink good.
It's going to drink really good.
Yeah.
Travis is next with us. Stay with us.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
You have all heard of Red Wing Shoes, but what is Red Wing Shoes? It's the place where men buy boots, plain and simple. Who are Red Wing's customers? They are construction workers, warehouse employees, college students, the guy that fixes your AC, the guy at the end of the bar, the IT guy. Red Wing is a father, Red Wing is a son, Red Wing is a cult following shared by all men. A classic, comfortable pair of cool boots with a story to tell. What's your Red Wing story? Red Wing Shoe Stores, located in Pelham and Trussville.
It's time for the Ultimate Football Season Kickoff Party presented by Rotary District 6860. It's the 14th annual Boiling and Bragging, Saturday, August 19th from 6:30 to 9:30 p.m. It's all at Odie's Tavern in Mountain Brook. The event benefits the Critical Care Transport Unit at Children's of Alabama. For more information, visit boilingandbragging.org. We'll see you there on a Saturday night, August 19th at Odie's. More details at boilingandbragging.org.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
Football season is here, and home buying season is as well. Let Holly Mack Wilson coach you through the stressful home buying process. From the first quarter to the end of the game, you will be the center of her attention. Holly Mack Wilson will guard your money, ensuring you get the best deal possible. In the end, you will touch down in the home of your dreams. She will intercept bad offers, and she will never fumble the ball when it comes to your money and your dream home. If you use Holly Mack Wilson's home buying skills, you will be running back to the bank with all the money she has saved you. Now you may think, what a bunch of goofy play on words. But with Holly Mack Wilson, selling your home and getting into your dream home is no joke. She is a true professional and is the realtor you can trust. That's why she sold 70 homes last year and has certifications in negotiation and the buying and selling process. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or look her up online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, you're anywhere in Alabama. Keller Williams Realtor Coach. Play ball.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
AP poll came out yesterday. Georgia's number 1. Alabama at 4 is the lowest they've been in the preseason since 2009. We'll talk about that preseason AP poll a little bit later on in the show, some takeaways from that. Other headlines today before we get to Clay Travis this hour being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap Brownie.
823-2212, cap it, don't snap it. Let Chris Stewart climb on top of your house one last time, clean out those gutters, and then they put that patented aluminum gutter covering on there so all the debris stays out of the gutter, only the water goes in it, and you never have to get that ladder out, clean those dingy, filthy, disgusting, disease-filled gutters ever again. They stay clean, it adds value to your house, makes your property look better. Everything is better with Gutter Cap. 823-2212, 823-2212, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it. We'll see Stu.
Williams Wanari is a 5-star defensive lineman from the state of Missouri. He made news yesterday by announcing his commitment to Missouri.
Oh, wow.
5-star defensive lineman in Missouri, picks Missouri over Georgia, Oklahoma, and others.
If you remember when they first came to the conference, it was that front seven on defense where they were surprisingly good to me. I never realized they were that good, but it seemed like they always had a really good, NFL prospect or several of them in that defensive front seven.
They rushed their way to Atlanta twice because of that pass rush, in my opinion. They scored a few points as well.
Sure.
There's no Board of Regents meeting called yet today for Florida State. Today is the day they have to let the ACC know if they are leaving Florida State. So most people are seeing this as an indicator that at least one more year Florida State will be in the Atlantic Coast Conference. They have to have a Board of Regents meeting and approval before they can announce, and they got to let the ACC know by midnight tonight.
Yeah, I think they'll eventually leave. I just don't feel like it is right now, primarily because they do not have a landing spot. Clay Travis is with us now. He is the founder of Outkick, at Clay Travis on Twitter, and you see him on Fox Sports as well. Welcome in, Clay. I hope you're doing well today.
Well, how are you guys?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. So I think it is 19 straight years now, or it's at least most of the 19 years. A team that has started the season in the Associated Press top 10, and frequently more than one team, have finished unranked. I don't know that you've looked at the top 10, so I'm going to read them to you quickly, and I would like for you to give me at least one candidate to do this. Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State, Alabama, LSU, Southern Cal, Penn State, Florida State, Clemson, Washington. That's your top 10. For 19 years now, at least one of those has finished unranked.
I think there is, I can make a case for 3 or 4, right?
Right.
Yeah. Thank you. I would go Clemson. I would go Penn State. I would go Washington. And I think you could make a case for LSU too.
Wow.
And the reason why I would say that is I don't know that there's great depth at the quarterback position for a lot of those schools if the starting quarterback were to get hurt. And so that's the avenue under which I would look at it and say, Penn State's got a new stud young quarterback who I think is going to be really, really good. I think a first-round caliber talent. But if he gets hurt, then I think there's going to be a big drop-off there. So I think there are a lot of different angles when you look at that where you could say, okay, things are maybe not going to come together like we had hoped, and the wheels can kind of come off.
10 years later, I don't know if you've seen the Manziel documentary yet. What's your thoughts on Johnny Manziel a decade after his time at Texas A&M?
One, I can't believe it's been a decade. So I know I'm getting old because it doesn't seem that long ago to me that Tim Tebow, Cam Newton, and Johnny Manziel were, kind of the 1-2-3 punch in the SEC in terms of all the attention that they got. So that in and of itself is crazy to me. I know Johnny a little bit, and obviously we wrote. I don't know if I have not seen the documentary, so I don't know if Outkick is mentioned in any way in any of that. But we certainly at Outkick were a decent part of helping to grow him. I remember really where he went celebrity. I know it was the win over Alabama, which obviously catapulted him into a different caliber of fame. But it was also, and I don't know if this is in the documentary because, again, I haven't watched it, but it was him going out. Do you remember him
Scooby-Doo,
going out?
yeah.
Scooby-Doo costume. Was that a big part of the documentary or not?
It was. They did not give Outkick the credit for it, but I do remember you guys had that photo, I thought, first.
That's correct.
They did show the photo, and if I remember correctly, was that the week of the Alabama game?
It was close, right? I mean, I think they kind of happened boom, boom, where he got famous. And again, I remember how super viral that went in a pre-social media era, if I remember basically. It was incredible how quickly that ended up happening. And I feel like they were like a double tandem where it became such a huge part of sort of his iconography. And because people forget, they lost to LSU in the SEC, and into October he was not very well known at all. And if I remember correctly, and you can correct me, you guys may remember, I feel like Alabama played, because I remember gambling on this game. I was all in on A&M plus 18 in that game, because my recollection is that was the week, and I could be wrong, you guys correct me, but I think that was the week after Alabama came storming back to win at LSU.
Yep.
Yes.
On the TJ Yeldon screen pass, if I remember.
That is correct. Yep.
And I remember being on the field that night in Baton Rouge, and you could it was clear that Alabama just had nothing left, right? That was just such a war. And then the next week, I remember thinking the way A&M was playing, that's one of the ones that I feel like being on the field and being at that game, you could just see, the idea that Alabama was going to get back up and be able to play at the same level, given what they had just done against LSU, whereas, A&M was kind of under the radar, but starting to really kind of fire on all cylinders. That was one that, to me, just felt like a perfect recipe. And if I remember correctly, A&M came out and got up something like 28-7, and then managed to hold on. Again, that's a decade plus ago, but that's the way I remember that going.
He is Clay Travis. We're going to let Clay go. You heard a lot going on in the background. You're about to go through security at the airport. Am I correct on that?
I'm on the road for the book. I'm traveling all over the country. So, yes, I'm about to go through security here in Salt Lake City.
In Salt Lake City. Is that nice this time of year? What's the weather like at Salt Lake?
It's warm, but it's not humid. So
Yeah.
We had several hundred people. It's kind of crazy to me, Like I mentioned, I think last week, I had no people show up in Birmingham 16 years ago. Now, I can go anywhere in the country. We got hundreds of people. It's pretty wild.
I love you.
He is Clay.
I love you so much.
Rockstar loves Clay. He is Clay Travis.
What I'm saying is that basically everybody loves me all over the country now. It's really amazing.
I got it.
It used to be just Rockstar. Now it's everybody.
Now it's everyone, Rockstar. You're not alone anymore.
Right.
All right. Hey, safe travels, Clay. Thank you for the time.
All right. I appreciate it.
All
I'll
right.
see you guys.
See you, Clay, with us on the Johnston RVCenter.com hotline. I know we need to do a commercial here. Can I tell you, now that this game has come back up yet again with the Johnny Manziel discussion, where I was completely wrong, please? May I tell you where I was completely wrong?
You can, but we do not call them commercials on this platform.
Jim, what do you like to call these?
We like to share facts about friends of the show.
People that are helping us, and we want them to help you.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah, not commercials. But
Okay.
go ahead and stay. Is it a long? I was
No.
wrong about something?
I don't know. You tell me. But here's where I was wrong.
I guess what I'm asking is this going to be a lengthy admission of your guilt?
I think it'll be short.
Okay, then we can do that before.
Okay, before
we tell you about a friend of the show.
A friend of the show that is helping us. We would like for them to help you as well. I used to use that game as an example of what I think we're going to lose in the playoff era. That Alabama-Texas A&M game.
Because I remember you've said this before, and I was there. I don't know if you were at that game.
I was
or if you
not
were
at that
watching
game.
it.
No,
Okay.
I was watching on TV in amazement.
Cool. I was there, and that was back when we, shocker, we did a 3-hour pregame show on CBS 42. The way we used to stack those shows were it was a 1-hour pregame show, unless we had good advertising. Then it was a 2-hour pregame show. And coming off a primetime game on CBS where Alabama hit a screen pass to TJ Yeldon, it ballooned up to a 3-hour pregame show because sales were good.
That was the night you and I rode the rickshaw back to the hotel together after the TJ Yeldon deal.
So on this Saturday, 3-hour pregame show leading into the 2:30 CBS game. So we did 3 hours, 11 a.m. till 2. Patrick Claybon and myself, and the place is buzzing. It's buzzing. Largest crowd we ever had for our pregame show down at the government plaza there out on the green. Then I take the shuttle over to the stadium. Buzz. Thing kicks off. Touchdown Texas A&M. Touchdown Texas A&M. It's 14-0, and you could hear the whole stadium. Then Alabama comes back. It's 2014 at the half, and you think, okay, Alabama is going to do it in the second half again. Then they lose, and then this is where your point comes.
Well, my point comes is at that time in 2012, only 2 teams got in this thing.
That's right.
And Notre Dame was looking like they had it under control. When you looked at the rest of Notre Dame's schedule, you were like, I don't know if Notre Dame's going to miss.
Who was going to beat those guys?
Beat Notre Dame. So got to go to USC, but who's going to beat Notre Dame?
Anti-Tao seemed like he's in a good mental space.
Yeah, got him a new girlfriend.
Happy. What could go wrong?
Yeah, so it was, and Alabama was undefeated. And at that time, a singular loss, there was a good chance you were going to have a tough time climbing back up in November.
You had to get lucky.
We're still in, you got to remember this, we're middle November at this time in the college football season. And I remember saying, what I will miss about the playoffs, in the playoff era, what I will miss is the fact that a loss like that was a complete gut punch. And I used to always say, you go back to 2012, Alabama fans, walking out of Bryant-Denny Stadium, you thought Johnny Manziel had just stolen the national championship from you. In a playoff era, didn't matter. 4 teams get in, you'll still be fine. In a 2-team era, and that's what I loved about college football that you don't get in the NFL.
And add to that Oklahoma State and Alabama the year before.
That's right.
Alabama sort of got the benefit of the doubt to get into the 2-game playoff with Oklahoma State. So you thought to yourself, even if you get back into a benefit of the doubt situation, surely they won't give Alabama the benefit of the doubt again.
But that said, I haven't, I used to think this will hurt college football a little bit. But in the years that followed that, so 2014, just 2 years later, you started the playoffs. I watch it, I'm like, it doesn't. I just don't notice that, right? I mean, I thought it was something like, I'll miss the fact that those games like that, absolutely, a one-loss game, there was so much pressure in it that it eliminated you from the playoff. And I really don't. I think college football is better than it's ever been.
Yeah, I will
tell
you.
So that's where I was wrong in that game.
Fast forward to Tennessee last year. With all the chaos, me helping Nick Saban and the team get off the field, not doing a perfect job.
Not as good as you should have.
Yeah, but
Jermaine Burton should have been your guy.
As much as I could, I helped him get off the field while recording. I think still to date the most watched video in next round history.
I think that is correct. Yes.
Still used without contribution from game day to wherever.
I know.
But I left that stadium thinking to myself, well, Alabama can't lose again.
I know, and that's the thing.
Because it was a 4-team playoff. You can lose twice.
Such a good video, Jim.
Yeah.
Such a good video. Now,
did I do okay there shooting that vertically?
Boom! Yes.
Because I'm an old guy. I was debating back then, should I go horizontal or should I go vertical? And I think Taylor was with us, and I think she had said, Jim, only old people shoot horizontal now. You got to shoot everything vertically.
Well, I'd go the other way on that. I'd turn it sideways and utilize the whole screen.
I think our issue here is Taylor is shooting for social media, which is all vertical or predominantly vertical. Scott wants you to shoot horizontally, so he doesn't have to put that background behind it.
Yeah,
I think that's so. Until we can find some uniformity on this,
is tomorrow? Are we announcing a new background? Is that what it is? I've always liked that background, but I could use a change.
Scott.
Yeah, that's what all of this hype is about.
Yeah,
so it's not that. I hear the sarcasm.
Yeah, not that. Yeah. Biggest announcement in company history tomorrow is not going to be a new background behind Scott's videos when Dunaway shoots vertically, not landscape.
Well, I mean, but maybe part of it.
Walking out of that stadium right there, I mean, Alabama fans, now again, that was a 15-year domination of one of your big rivals coming to an end. You don't get that every day when those 3 girls fall off at the same time. That's the best part of that video.
Yeah. It's just... Carson says vertical is the devil's aspect ratio. Our eyes are horizontal for a reason. It's a great line, Carson.
I agree. I don't know why. Is it Instagram, Scott? Is it Instagram the one we need it vertical for? Is that it? And TikTok?
Yep. Those are the 2 mediums where the horizontal doesn't play right.
Yeah, I don't.
If I shot that vertically, would you have been able to use it horizontally too?
You can, but it screws up the framing on it. You don't get everything that you 100%.
shot. Yeah. That's why That's why I stand by my historical choice of shooting that in the devil's ratio.
The problem...
Well, we all have to be wrong about something.
Yeah, the problem is TikTok and Instagram having to, we got to do something different than everybody else does. There's no doubt it's far more pleasing to the eye when it's in landscape. I would agree with Scott on this one. Now, Little T tells us she needs it vertical, so we shoot it vertical for her.
Shoot it vertical, man. All right, so I'm pushing 4 downs to the next segment because the story time went a little deeper there. My fault on that, Brownie.
That's quite all right. I enjoyed our conversation, Jim.
We'll do 4 downs in the next segment. One more thing here. We got another commitment, not just a 5-star defensive lineman to Missouri. A 4-star safety picks Florida yesterday. Wardell Mack picks Florida over LSU, Florida State, and Texas. Good pick up there for them. Practice is continuing everywhere. More scrimmages are coming. Not a lot of expansion talk right now. At least seems to be the ACC is going to hold together for a while, which I think is good for college football. We'll get to that coming up a little bit later on. But our friends at Way to Wellness want to remind you that if college football isn't expanding right now, but you are, you got a chance to reel that back in with our friends at Way to Wellness. Leslie and her board-certified team want to remind you that they design a plan specifically for you. No cookie-cutter plan at Way to Wellness. You just go to this website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. It'll take you to the Way to Wellness website where you'll find out not only is it no cookie-cutter plans, but you'll find out you've got no contract, so you can stop anytime if you don't like it. You have no sign-up fees, so no out-of-pocket money, and you actually get a free consultation to learn all about Way to Wellness, so no out-of-pocket money at all to talk to Leslie and her board-certified team. Just go and tell them you're watching the next round. You want Dunaway's plan, or you want to hear about Dunaway's plan. How is Dunaway still at his age, 107, still looking as good as he's looking to be 107? It's all back to Way to Wellness. Just go to aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com. It's Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. One amazing story last night from the Atlanta Braves. Nicky Lopez did something that has never been done in Braves history.
Oh, Nicky Lopez?
Oh, Nicky Lopez. He has 8 RBIs in 2 starts. They've only been keeping RBIs in Major League Baseball since 1920. No Brave has ever had 8 RBIs in 2 starts. The first 2 starts for Nicky Lopez.
Wow, how about that? So he
8
started
RBIs
hot with the bat, huh?
in 2 starts. He's filling in for Ozzie Albies, who's on a 10-day IL right now because of a hamstring injury. Southerners rejoiced last night as the Braves beat those damn Yankees 11-3. They play again tonight at the ballpark, 6:20 over in the ATL. When we come back, 4 downs. Got a little Would You Rather in there. You ever play Would You Rather?
I have played Would You Rather. Yeah. Rockstar has done Would You Rather with us. I enjoy the game.
Yeah. Are they promiscuous questions?
Are you asked because it's Dunaway?
Yeah.
Not too promiscuous.
Okay,
no,
that's fine.
A little would you rather, and a celebrity birthday, all part of 4 downs when we come back on the next round.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Football season is here, and home buying season is as well. Let Holly Mack Wilson coach you through the stressful home buying process. From the first quarter to the end of the game, you will be the center of her attention. Holly Mack Wilson will guard your money, ensuring you get the best deal possible. In the end, you will touch down in the home of your dreams. She will intercept bad offers, and she will never fumble the ball when it comes to your money and your dream home. If you use Holly Mack Wilson's home buying skills, you will be running back to the bank with all the money she has saved you. Now you may think, what a bunch of goofy play on words. But with Holly Mack Wilson, selling your home and getting into your dream home is no joke. She is a true professional and is the realtor you can trust. That's why she sold 70 homes last year and has certifications in negotiation and the buying and selling process. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or look her up online at hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, you're anywhere in Alabama. Keller Williams Realtor Coach. Play ball.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Back with you on the next round. I gave this to Rockstar yesterday morning. We didn't have time to get to it yesterday. Thank you to the Illinois Department of Agriculture. They've got a live stream 24 hours a day during the Illinois State Fair. That is 800 pounds of butter that makes up just the cow.
That's a cow made out of butter?
That is a cow made out of butter. 800 pounds of butter. Prairie Farms butter, to be exact. More butter needed for the human. Not real.
She looks like she's made out of margarine.
Yeah, it's a different color. You're exactly right.
Last second ad, like, oh God, we forgot to
we forgot the woman to milk the butter cow.
Who's going to milk the butter cow?
You'll get the margarine.
Orlando Lake's lady.
Very defined ribs there for some reason.
I was going to say the cow could use some grain. Yeah.
Like we've skinned the cow for some reason. But that's a live stream of the Illinois State Fair, 800 pounds of butter. If you go to the Iowa State Fair, other than Republican candidates walking around at the Iowa State Fair, you get a butter athlete there. Can you name that athlete?
So it's an actual person that is
It's a butter replica or statue of a current athlete. If you're up on your Iowa athletics.
Oh, it's the old girl that played for Iowa women's basketball that got in the argument with the old girl that plays for LSU that pointed at the ring finger. Yeah,
that is Butter Caitlin Clark.
There
right
you go, Butter Caitlin Clark. That's what I was trying to get at.
That is a spitting image.
I don't know how many sticks of butter it took to make Caitlin Clark, but that's Caitlin Clark's butter statue at the Iowa State Fair.
And her hair, like that, she is on the move. She's going.
Yeah, hair's flowing. Locks flowing in the wind.
That is showing movement there. So Caitlin Clark there. A little fact on Iowa while you look at butter Caitlin Clark. Iowa basketball yesterday announced they have sold out their season. 15,000 tickets a game for Iowa women's basketball to go watch Caitlin Clark not melt, butter pun, under the pressure of being the player of the year last year. 27 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists. Caitlin Clark has been butter.
You know, Rich from Hoover, who used to call radio back in the radio days, Rich from Hoover, big Tennessee fan, used to always point out that it was such an advantage in the athletics department having a women's basketball team that was profitable because it meant that that's just one less program that football's got to support. So for now, at least, Iowa is kind of in that same situation. You're profitable in football in all likelihood. You're profitable in basketball. And I would guess this year you're profitable in women's basketball if you sell all the tickets.
Josh is right. That's how the butter face started, right, Rockstar?
Oh, my, she does have a butter face.
You know what Dunaway used to, when you first started using that phrase, you were using it incorrectly.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Dunaway used to think it was somebody that had a chunky face, like
no,
they ate a lot of butter.
Very cheeky.
Yeah.
Well, when I first heard it, to admit, when I heard butterface, I thought it was girls that had like really shiny, glistening faces.
So
like,
you used it wrong too.
She does have a butter face.
I thought it was somebody who just had a little extra cheeks here.
Eats too much butter.
Yeah.
Oh, my mama She's got a butterface.
Yeah, tell Jim. No.
You're using it wrong.
Yeah, Jim, you're using it wrong.
All right, New Life Art brings us Rockstar's viewing menu. What Rockstar's watching right after you tell us about New Life.
Hey, New Life Art right now, our friends Daniel A. Moore, they've been doing it for a very long time. And right now, this is basically Crimson Tradition. It's like all the paintings in one. Absolutely gorgeous. DanielMooreArt.com for more. DanielMooreArt.com. Great gift for that Alabama fan in your life, or just great to have in your home. New Life Art, Daniel Moore, they bring you the viewing menu Rockstar.
Last week, y'all had Johnny Manziel, Netflix Untold. What do I said this week? Netflix Untold, Hall of Shame. The examination of one of the sport's biggest steroid scandals via interviews with the head of Balco Lab, athletes suspected of using performance-enhancing drugs, and more.
Can't tell you how little interest I have in that.
That's back in the Bonds and McGuire, the Clear, and
oh God, I forgot about the Clear.
Remember about the Clear?
Yeah. I can't tell you. I hated it when the story was actually going on in real time. I would hate it even more looking back on it.
Yeah, I'm not going to go back and rewatch that one at all.
Well, we are 2.5 hours into the show, and this hasn't even been mentioned.
Technically an hour and a half, but okay.
Sorry, I'm excited.
I know.
An hour and a half in tomorrow's our 5th year anniversary.
I know.
6 p.m. on ESPN, live, the fantasy football draft. A 10-team fantasy football draft featuring NFL hosts and reporters Field Yates, Stefania Bell, Mike Clay, Daniel Dopp, Liz Loza, Adam Schefter, and Diane Rossini.
It is
I know 3 of that group.
It's going to be massive.
Post ESPN Armageddon, I don't know half those people.
Oh,
name them again. Name them again.
Field Yates.
You know Field Yates. He's been on the show before.
That's one. I know 3.
All right.
Stefania Bell.
Nope.
I've seen her. She's, if Rockstar wants to pull it up, poor man's Leah Remini.
Ooh.
Yeah. Poor man's, huh? Did you like Leah Marini and Leah Remini?
Leah Remini.
Leah Remini?
Yes.
Yeah, this is poor man's Leah Remini, Stefania Bell. I mean, very poor man's Leah Remini.
She was the UPS driver's wife.
Yes, Kevin James' wife and King of Queens. So when I think Stefania Bell, when he pulls her up, you will have seen her before on on ESPN. You've seen her before.
Oh, I've seen her before. Didn't know her name.
Yeah, that's Stefania Bell.
Yeah,
senior writer and injury analyst. It says. Do you see a little poor man's Leah Remini in there?
She's got a tired smile.
Yeah, they work her to death this time of year, right?
Smile.
She's got to do the draft. All right, so you've not heard of her.
Yeah, Stefania, there's been an injury. Please get in front of the Zoom.
Mike Clay.
Don't know who that is.
Nope.
Daniel Dopp.
Never heard of him.
Liz Loza.
Nope.
Adam Schefter.
Yeah, we all know Shefty, of course.
And Rossini. No Rossini.
And then you got plus fantasy analyst Eric Moody, sports betting analyst Anita Marks, and Sports Center host Kevin Nagandi.
Anita Marks says
Kevin. Yeah.
Anita Marks sounds like somebody that's made up. Like Anita Marks.
Well, you got one.
By the way, Kevin's the guy that replaced the guy who passed yesterday.
John Saunders?
Who you thought still did the studios.
Yeah, I did. I thought he was still giving us scores, and unfortunately he has passed away. He's the great scoreboard in the sky right now, but I thought he was still giving us scores on Saturday.
Anyone else? Anything else you're watching tonight, Rocky?
No, that's the big one. That's going to be sucks because that's 6 to 9. That's a 3-hour block I got to keep open.
Nothing's more fun than watching
other people draft.
That's right. By the way, we'll have a live stream on our platform coming up soon when we draft season 2 of our fantasy team. We should have done it tonight and see who got the better ratings.
It's my least favorite thing ESPN does. The 2 things, the whole bracket thing they do where they do like 24 hours of brackets, and then the fantasy football where they do 24 hours of fantasy football. I don't like either one of those.
Yep.
But, I mean.
Nor do I like the College World Series was one thing, but when we get semifinals games from the regionals.
Now, are you talking about Little League World Series or College World Series? You said college.
Yeah.
Okay, Little League.
Little League World Series. I said college. My bad.
Yep.
Little League World Series going on. We were in the airport on the way up to Ocean City last week. And I'm watching, because it was on the television, it was like the Kentucky, Ohio area. They were playing each other to see who would go to the Little League World Series. And I don't know if it was lightning in the area or what, but the little kids were still out there playing, and it was a one-camera shoot just behind the dugout. And
that's all we had?
I mean, behind the backstop.
It's like a team mom is doing it?
Right. Meanwhile, when New York was playing somebody in that region, Brown and I were watching, they had a challenge at first base on a call.
Little League.
And they had 3 angles better than most Major League Baseball games. And I was like, well, these are both like regional finals. Kentucky's a one-camera shoot. Meanwhile, it's like ESPN's doing it.
Yeah, we were in the Hotel Rockstar about to go out to dinner. We were waiting on Lance, and there was a bang bang play at first. and the coach does the challenge. I was laughing. I was like, he's trying to challenge in a Little League game. And sure enough, umpire, he loafs over there and he puts on the headset. They've got like 4 different angles. And Dunaway said they got more angles than the SEC Network would.
The kids over there playing the Game Boy waiting for the result.
But I was sitting there going, he's going to challenge in this? I mean, how many angles can they have?
Well, did he win the challenge?
Actually, he did.
He did because they had great camera work on it. It was like a Major League Baseball broadcast.
They had multiple angles where you could see it.
All right, Slice brings us our 4 downs every day. Great place to jump off for lunch. Slice Pizza. Hot Mama's my favorite. I love the spicy Hawaiian. They've got some new pizzas there for you as well. Include the Mexicali, which is the newest in the menu. There at Slice, 4 great locations. Start with down in Lakeshore, the original. You've got Vestavia. You've got Montevallo, and then the new one over in Crestline. So a great little, quadruple locations of Slice, and our new one coming soon with our great friends at Slice. Let's do first down.
First down.
Would you rather be Ryan Day or Jim Harbaugh right now, Brownie?
Well, Harbaugh's at the height of his popularity with Michigan, also facing potential NCAA sanctions, which I don't think is going to be that big a deal. I've always thought if I were the coach of one, I'd rather be the Ohio State coach, but Day's probably under the most pressure he's ever been in, and Harbaugh's probably at the height of his popularity. So I guess right now I'd go Harbaugh. But given the choice, I'd rather be the Ohio State coach.
Yeah, I'd rather be Ryan Day.
For what reason?
Well, Harbaugh is in a sticky situation with this NCAA thing.
Yeah, that'll blow over, though.
Yeah. He flirts all the time about going back to the NFL, and now the expectations are high. And if his team can't back it up, 3 losses this year by this Michigan team would be an extreme disappointment.
Well, what about
2
a third
losses would be a disappointment.
Yeah, but what about a 3rd straight loss to Michigan for Ryan Day?
It would be huge.
That is going to be hot seat territory starting next year. I know it sounds crazy, but you lose 3 straight to Michigan and perhaps even miss the playoffs, and Ryan Day, that seat could be heating up very, very quickly.
Let's do
second down.
Who would you rather be, Oregon State or Stanford? Athletic departments here.
I think I had rather be I want to say
you're
Oregon
forming
State.
your lips.
I don't know. Stanford is the more marketable program. Like if somebody went and got a program, it'd be Stanford over Oregon State.
I would rather be Oregon State. I'm waiting to see why you thought about Oregon State.
Well, Stanford at least has a massive endowment that they can fall back on if ever they decide to open that up for athletics purposes. They can fall back on that Oregon State does not have. Like if we get into the nuclear winter for these two and there is no conference home or no significant conference home, if it's all Mountain West, Stanford's at least got a bank account that if they were to open it up, you could fall back on. I don't think Oregon State's got that.
I would rather be Oregon State because Oregon State can transition to the Mountain West, and I don't think the Oregon State folks, after a short adjustment, I think they can be there and not, how can I say this, not feel out of place. Sort of like, how the Clampetts, when they moved to Beverly Hills, they were out of place. They never fit in.
They were. I didn't notice that.
They never fit in.
They didn't really play that up on the show, Rockstar, but if you watched a few episodes, you picked up on it.
Well, when they went back home, they really fit in. I think Oregon State fits into the Mountain West. If that's Stanford's future, there's a lot of Stanford people that will never adjust to being in the Mountain West. Oregon State, I think, would adjust very quickly to being a Mountain West program. So I'd rather be Oregon State.
Third down.
Okay, I got to give you some facts on this one before I ask you the question.
All right, it's that hard, huh?
Neymar is the next great soccer player who is now signed with Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, he is Argentinian, Rockstar?
Brazilian. Okay. His contract is for 2 seasons, guaranteed $320 million for 2 seasons.
All right.
I'd take it too. But it came with perks as well, Browning. He gets use of a private plane anytime, anywhere he wants it, a private plane for those 2 years. He gets to live in his home in Saudi Arabia with his girlfriend without being married. which they had to get approval on by law in Saudi Arabia.
Oh, really? So shacking up is against the law in Saudi Arabia?
They can't even drive.
Huh?
They can't even drive.
So,
now
but he's gotten approval from the princes that he can live with his girlfriend without getting married.
But isn't Rockstar? Do you know this? Isn't it his girlfriend that gives him liberties on the road as well?
Oh, I'm sure she does. I don't know that. If you have to, I mean, how bad does she feel? Like, look, I ain't gonna marry her, but can you just make a perk that she's gonna be my girlfriend? Like, why don't you just marry her? Nope.
I'm not gonna do that.
I need a perk.
And by the way, not like she's cooking or washing dishes or anything. They gave him a mansion with full staff.
Yeah, but
chefs and cleaning folks and everything.
Can she go out? I mean, do you know this? Like, is she able to go out in public without the headdress and all?
I know they started easing up on letting women drive, like getting driver's licenses. So it's very strict over there.
I just wonder, like, if I am not of that religion and I don't live there full time, do I have to abide by the same dress codes and things like that?
You just don't leave the house.
Because I'm going to say Neymar's girlfriend probably does not cover her entire body.
She probably sticks out.
Yeah.
And not only that, $320 million, fully guaranteed 2 seasons. He gets $80,000 every time his team wins, an extra $80,000.
That's incentive.
And the most important one to me, for every positive post about Saudi Arabia, he gets $500,000.
Can you imagine, like, on Twitter, like, this place is not as bad as I thought.
I'd wake up, #grind, loving it in Saudi Arabia today, and I would spell Saudi Arabia with a $sign for the S. $500,000.
Now, David says there's another player that refused this because they don't allow bacon there. I don't know if that is true or not. I could definitely give up bacon for that kind of money.
So here's my question for you on third down. Of all the perks there, if you had to choose between one of these two,
all right,
the private plane 2 years anywhere you want to go, or the mansion fully staffed.
But I got to live in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah.
For both of them?
Yeah.
Probably private jet anywhere I want to go.
Yeah,
I'm assuming that's unlimited usage.
That's what it said. Unlimited use for 2 years.
You know where you probably wouldn't find me very often?
Saudi Arabia.
Correct.
Except on game days.
Yeah, that plane is going to burn some fuel, buddy.
Yeah. They got it.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt. Yeah, they're digging it right out of the ground, aren't
pulls
they?
up to the pump. What is this? Oh, it's free.
Yeah,
it's
straight
free.
Out of the earth.
Yeah, it's free. That's good. Let's do fourth down.
Fourth down.
Happy birthday, Joe Jonas. You're not part of this question, though.
Okay, Joe.
Happy birthday, Jennifer Lawrence. Big fan. You?
Yeah, she's a good actress. I could take her and leave her. It's okay. Every now and then she kind of. Go ahead.
Happy birthday, Ben Affleck. When it's all said and done, is there any way Lawrence can catch Ben Affleck for a successful career?
For a minute, and I think now, Rockstar, that maybe Margot Robbie has passed her, but for a minute, she was the number one, wasn't she?
She was, yeah, very, very brief. But
Hunger
also,
Games.
With Ben Affleck, you also got, he's a director now.
Yeah.
So he's kind of moving behind the camera. I don't know if she'll eventually do that, but I'll go Affleck.
Yeah, I think I would go Affleck. That's why I said, when it's all said and done, does she catch him? Because Affleck way ahead right now, right?
Yeah.
She's
one of those ones that she was like, she got so big for that brief time that she said, I'm never doing another X-Men movie. I'm not going to be whatever the hell that she plays, the Lizard. And then she went back to it, of course.
But she was really good in, what's the name of the one
Hustle.
with American Hustle? She was fantastic in that.
Yep.
I liked her in Silver Linings Playbook with Bradley Cooper. Her and Bradley Cooper are so
Really
good
good.
together in both those movies.
You want to feel really uncomfortable, really, really, really uncomfortable, watch the movie she's in called Mother.
Mother?
Okay.
Is that the new one that's out?
That was one where her boyfriend was the director. I think Lunsford would know about it, but it was one of the most uncomfortable movies I've ever seen.
Is that the one where the helicopter mom, the boy's going off to college? No. Okay. That's her most recent one.
No, Mother was probably 2017, 2018.
Okay. Her most recent movie, I saw a preview for it the other night, and I'm not even sure it made it to the box office. I think it's on a streaming service already, where helicopter parents put an ad out basically to take the soon-to-be college student, and he's socially awkward, and she's supposed to make him less socially awkward, help him enjoy his summer, and date him before he goes off to college.
Okay. I'm out, but thank you.
That is quite a storyline there.
Sounds like a horrible movie.
It does.
It's one I have not seen. That is 4 Downs, brought to you by our friends at Slice. Brown, tell us about Slice, too.
SliceBirmingham.com for great locations. As you said, the Lakeview location. Scott is showing you a photo of us in the Crestline location. Also, Vestavia and the Cava Heights area. And Montevallo. Great pizza, great people. SliceBirmingham.com.
Before we jump back to sports, you mentioned Margot Robbie. Barbie just went past $1.18 billion.
And it ain't stopping.
It's still number 1 in the box office. It's now the second highest grossing movie in Warner Brothers history, behind one of the Harry Potters.
Okay.
Death something.
Deathly Hallows. I think there's 2 of them.
That's it. Deathly Hallows. But Margot Robbie, who is getting still some bonuses, guaranteed $50 million payday for Barbie. $50 million.
50.
50.
You think she's pulling for a sequel?
Oh, yeah.
I think we could pull it off.
Barbie 2.
Because what? I mean, if she made 50 on this one, to convince her to do it again, it would have to be at least 50 again.
Well, it's just like
right?
Todd Phillips said, I'm not making another Joker movie. It's one movie. We're not doing. This is planned for one movie. Well, how much money?
How many's up to now?
No, they're about to. Lady Gaga's in it, and it's going to be a musical with Joaquin Phoenix. But just the fact that we're not going to do another one. It's just this is a standalone film. We're going to make another one.
My favorite scene in that, I've seen a preview of the script. It's Batman and Robin singing "In the Shallow." It's really good.
Did you ever break nerves?
Shallow. Then Robin leans into Batman.
Robin would lean into Batman.
Carson's got some good names in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Barbie 2, A Few Good Ken. Barbie 2, It's Raining Ken.
Oh, that's a good one.
I like that
Barbie
one.
2, It's Raining Ken. Yeah. Barbie 2, Next of Ken.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah. 1979, Apocalypse Now, came out today, 1979. Did you watch it ever?
I did. It's a very disturbing movie.
It is
it's interesting to hear that doing Apocalypse Now for Marlon Brando's part, was it Francis Ford Coppola that directed it, said that he was supposed to be super fit, and he came and he was fat as hell, and all of a sudden he shaved his head bald. That's how, and he's like, we don't know how the hell, because this is supposed to be a super fit military man. So they had to, Coppola said, I had to film him in shadow and stuff like that. You can see all his scenes are mostly dark because he was so fat, he's so out of shape, we almost had to fire him. He just does not care. He said, I'll lose the weight. And he'd see him just pounding ice cream and stuff like that. So that's interesting to hear about how difficult Marlon Brando was to work with.
That's 1979, a long time ago for one of the great Apocalypse Now. Back to college football we go on the other side. The show being brought to you today in part by our great friends at Hemp Hill Services. Listen, trust the name that Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It's Hemp Hill. Adam, Chad, and the whole team over there. They fix it right, they fix it the first time, and they fix it at a fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call them now, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. Did someone leave my AM 690 radio on?
A special guest is coming up. Special guest.
Next segment?
Next segment.
All right.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. We're settling in our guest here, who is dressed wonderfully. And of course, I awkwardly asked, "Man, why are you dressed so nice?" "I'm going to a funeral." Way to go, Jim. But we'll get to the special guest that you already know if you're watching us on the video platforms right now. But let me tell you about the University of Montevallo while he gets settled in there. The folks at Montevallo, 23 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports now. And they are a wonderful place for your son or daughter to go to school. If they want to continue their high school careers, maybe that's at Montevallo. In fact, when we were in Ocean City, had one dad who asked us, saying, "Hey, I hear you guys talk about Montevallo. My daughter plays lacrosse. They've got a lacrosse team, right?" And I said, "Absolutely, scholarship, fully funded." So they're looking at Montevallo from up in the state of Maryland. It's a great place for athletics, also for any college. Broadcasting school, great place for teachers, business school, and a lot more. Schedule that in-person tour at montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. You recognize the voice without the name. Go ahead and say it.
Hello again, everybody.
I love it.
Herb Winches back with us. First time he's been with us since the SEC basketball tournament in Nashville, I think.
That's correct.
Time.
Yeah, when we were at the Losers.
That's right.
Losers.
Perfect spot for our show, right?
I said it was a great spot for me, too. Loser.
I will tell you, I don't know if you need headphones. Maybe
if you want to hear Rockstar, are you going to talk to Herb?
No, I don't want to talk to him. We've been feuding for a couple of years.
Rockstar.
Yeah. You're on your way to a funeral, and I wanted to touch on that for a second. So, a former Alabama football player, you're going to go see.
Correct. A dear friend, he and his wife, very loyal to the Landing, came to the restaurant quite frequently. And Ronnie Rodham is his name, and just a class act, good guy. And so I just wanted to pay my respects today.
Yeah, so Herb's in the area, so he swung by to say hi to his friends and Brown. So it was good to stop by and say hi to us here. You see what I did there?
Don't
right?
let him do that to me, Herb.
Yeah. So we've been, since Nashville, we've had a lot happen in college football, including the loss of the Pac-12.
Yeah.
Did you ever see that coming?
Who saw that coming? I'll tell you what, it's, we usually say this time of year as we get ready, what are we, 16, 17?
11 from week 0, 11 days from week 0.
Wait, boy, it just flies by. Whatever. You always say, well, you can't tell the players without a scorecard. We need to change that. You can't tell the league unless you got a scorecard.
That's crazy.
It's the craziest thing, but again, I think when we all sat here and talked about when NIL passed, June 21st of 21, that's been a quick 2 years too, that it's going to forever change the landscape of college football. And by golly, it has. It's now about chasing the money.
Yeah.
Chase the money.
I never thought, though, I would see the Pac-12 go away. But then again, when I think of the Pac-12 or the Pac-10 or when I was a kid, the Pac-8, it was always USC and UCLA and everybody else. And when they left, there was no way it was going to stay afloat.
No, it couldn't. And I feel sorry for, Stanford. I mean, where are they going to go? They got to go somewhere. That's a really, not only a great educational institution, that is a pretty daggone good football program.
Yep.
And I want y'all to think about this as all this is now unfolding. You take UCLA, USC, and Washington going to the Big Ten. Think about the time zones. I got to go to Ann Arbor next week and play, or I'm going to East Lansing, going to face Michigan State. And you're going through 3 time zones. Now, that's one thing for football because, we can all get there by airplane. But what are you going to do when and no offense, the minor sports, the spring sports, baseball, let's look at women's volleyball.
Yeah.
They're going to get on a plane, and that's costly. I mean, where is all this money going to come from? Because they're going to fly in the same way and going to play 2 out of 3, play in the Big Ten volleyball tournament.
Right.
I mean, where's that revenue coming from?
And the NBA players who get paid millions of dollars, they rarely play back-to-back nights. And when they do, the Stars sit out one of those games usually nowadays. They don't play both games.
Good point.
And now
charter.
And now these charters and they 5-star hotels. Now we're going to ask these guys to go do that on the reg.
So you were doing sports radio, you and Ben, the late Ben Cook, back when South Carolina and Arkansas came to the SEC.
Correct.
And I said the other day, it just didn't feel the same as this does now. I don't know why. Maybe it did to you, but to me it didn't. It kind of felt normal.
It was easier to accept because you can see them in the Southeastern Conference. I mean, that was a lot easier to accept. Texas and Oklahoma, when we all talked about them joining, we said the same thing. I can see that as a pretty good fit. It sounds Southern, but I'm going to have a hard time understanding USC in the Big Ten. I mean, it's nowhere close.
Yeah.
I mean, L.A. But again, look, let's be honest. NIL changed everything. And when NIL changed, also then comes along the transfer portal. That's changed. And now TV contracts, it's all about television money. And I don't know what's going to happen to the Pac-12 other than a few teams that are left out are going to have to find a home. And look at the Big 12 now. That's pretty special.
One of the guys that was in charge of realignment of local TV back in the 70s, Herb Winches. We'll talk maybe some of those memories and a lot more. He's with us next half hour and into trash as well. Here's one more mind-blowing stat before he tells us about New York Butcher Shop over there. The Big Ten considering playing the Big Ten championship game in Las Vegas.
Wow, that does blow my mind now.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Not even a Big Ten state.
Yeah, we're
going
to
to play it in a state where you have a team.
We're
but you got a big stadium.
You got a big stadium for sure, yeah.
And a destination place, I guess, for the fans
everybody
before they go to a 12-team playoff. But they're thinking about Las Vegas for the Big Ten championship game down the road. Tell us about New York Butcher, then we'll spend a good 40 minutes with Herb on the other side.
It's where we pay off steak bets here on the show. New York Butcher Shop, 2 great locations. You can find them at Cahaba Heights, also in the Greystone area off Highway 119. Jim and the gang do a great job. Everything from the certified Angus to the prime to the great Duroc pork chops, the Wagyu. They've got it all the time there, and great sides. New York Butcher Shop, rare. I never can remember this, Herb. Herb's the one that taught me how to do this, by the way. New York Butcher Shop, well done quality, rare service. I don't know which order Lance does those in. Rare service, well done quality. Let's do it that way. New York Butcher Shop, rare service, well done quality. How'd that rate?
You did fine. It. Guess what? I know Jim well, and I love all of their steaks. And
It's
what they do.
phenomenal, isn't it? Yeah.
Really.
Yeah, and I mean, he stands there and cuts them right in front of you.
He does.
Old school butcher.
Yeah,
Love it.
Back in a moment here on TNR.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
It's time for back to school again. Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and we have all the New Balance shoes and apparel your kids need to keep them at their best this fall. We have the largest selection of New Balance shoes in Birmingham, including all the newest styles, and our fit specialists are trained in measuring growing feet. So here at the New Balance store, they'll get the perfect fit every time. Get ready for back to school now by shopping with us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards, and there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years. Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number 1, your yard looks the best it can. And number 2, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Champy's Chicken brings you this hour right there with Sterling and the crew, by the way. Lunsford is in a meeting right now, but if he was here, Sterling let me know this. I didn't know this. IMG Academy is coming up and playing at Thompson August the 31st.
I saw that, yeah.
Wow. So IMG's in town, those future 5- and 4-star athletes bringing a whole team up to play a semi-pro team in the Thompson Warriors.
Nobody's recruited better than those two schools.
That's right.
Yeah.
2 of the best recruiting high schools
That's
in the
right.
country. IMG and Thompson go at it on August the 31st. Sterling wants to remind you while you're in town, if you're coming up from Florida, if you're listening to us, or if you're just in the area for the big IMG and Thompson game on August 31st, make plans to go early. Swing by on the way to the stadium, Highway 119 in Alabaster, for Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Cooked-to-order fried chicken, so it comes out steaming hot. Herb, I'm a big 2-breast guy on all the sides when I go.
Well, I like 2 breasts, too.
Yeah, me
Who
too.
does it, Herb?
And if you start off with the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, you're in for a good time right there at Champy's world-famous fried chicken, champyschicken.com. Man, do you ever remember a time where, and I really believe this with the coaches in Tuscaloosa, that I really don't think they know who their starting quarterback's going to be, and we're a week into camp. Do you think they do?
I don't. If I had to place a little wager on it, I'd probably
ever
say
done that? Have you ever placed a wager?
once or twice. I would say Jalen Milroe, probably simply because I understand through different sources that his throwing arm has gotten much better. His accuracy is better. And the fact that, we're getting into, this RPO and everything that's made college football what it is today. I understand you got to have somebody that can run. He can certainly do that. I think it's interesting that when you take both Alabama and Auburn, both of whom are looking at 3 different quarterbacks. And you look at Auburn, they bring in Peyton Thorne, and all of a sudden Hugh Freeze, who, by the way, we'll discuss a little bit about him later, but Hugh Freeze said this is going to be the guy that can run this offense. And then you take the kid that's making the most noise down there is Holden Geriner.
Right.
And now all of a sudden Freeze is saying, hey, wait a minute, I'm not ready to name a quarterback. Now, the luxury they have that Alabama doesn't have is Alabama plays Texas real quick.
Yeah, week 2.
Yeah. You can't do much, Middle Tennessee, we know where that's going to go, but how much can he experiment without settling on one of those 3 quarterbacks? Then you take Auburn, they have a little bit more of a luxury because UMass, if there's 136 teams, I think they're rated 136.
They're pretty bad.
Yep. Yeah, so you got them, and then you go to Cal, and Cal, I think, has got to feel wounded. They've been left out of the mix.
That's right.
So I got my dauber down, probably. Yep. So I think now that looks like a winnable game, and then they come back and play Samford, the Bulldogs. So they got a better shot, I think, of finding out who's going to take that position. But Alabama doesn't have much time to make that decision. And I know that Nick will make the right one. And the one that surprises me is the Buckner kid because of Tommy D's being the offensive coordinator coming in from Notre Dame.
Tommy Rees, yeah.
Huh?
Tommy Rees.
I said Tommy Rees.
You said Tommy D.
Oh, Tommy Rees. I'm sorry.
Writer.
It's still early for me.
I know, Tommy Rees.
I really think that I thought more of that situation that they would elevate him. But that doesn't seem to be the case because Ty Simpson's making some noise.
Yeah, well, the way Nick does it is, Reese comes in from Notre Dame, and he is given the playbook. This is the Alabama playbook. You can tweak it up if you want, but we're not running the Notre Dame playbook. You're running the Alabama playbook.
Good point.
So you're learning our terminology and all that. So even though Buckner came from the same place, Buckner's having to play catch up and learn just like Tommy Rees is. And he's a little further behind than Tommy Rees is. You wanted to bring up Hugh Freeze, who has done a wonderful job recruiting through the portal to rebuild this roster and off to a good start. Has he come by the Landing yet?
Just bought a lake house.
Right.
And the good thing is he's about 3 minutes from the restaurant.
Oh, he'll be there.
Yes.
So he doesn't have time to come now, but, Bruce Pearl comes quite regularly. And not going to talk much about basketball, but I will say this. I emceed an event at Willow Point Country Club last month, and Hugh Freeze came and Bruce Pearl came. And I want to tell you something. That place was lit up. It's energy. They have got a great relationship, and that's something Bruce didn't have when he was working with Brian Harsin. I don't think Harsin had a relationship with hardly anybody, but they have really become very close, and they really are excited about each other. And I know that Nick Saban feels the same way because I see him going to the Alabama basketball games about Nate Oates.
Yeah.
And you got to have that now. You got to have that energy and respect for one another and each other's programs. So, because basketball it has become not like, and never will, football, but by golly, it's moving in the right direction. And again, it's about the money.
I wanted to go back to what you were saying about Alabama Middle Tennessee because no matter who it is, you've got a new starter, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people would say, well, you play them all in that game to see who reacts the best. But you also want the guy that's going to start against Texas to have as much seat time as he can get in that Middle Tennessee game. So it's almost like you got to make that decision going into Middle Tennessee and live with the decision. And if it goes to crap, it goes to crap, and you change there. But that guy needs as much seat time in actual game because Quinn Ewers has had plenty. You're going to be facing a quarterback that's got experience the next week.
What happened to Arch Manning, by the way?
Arch Manning can't beat out Quinn Ewers. You heard a lot of people that talk about the level. Now, listen, both Manning brothers played at Newman, but I've just heard the level of football they play there at that school in New Orleans is pretty low. That I don't want to say that it's because his last name is Manning, but I've heard a lot of people say if his last name was Smith, he would not have been nearly as highly rated.
Well, either way, NIL, I'm told he's got $1 million contract.
Easy, yeah. So it's probably worth every dime of it. I mean, you got to see him
for
play
the publicity.
first. Yeah, for the publicity.
Yeah, publicity. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to see him play first.
I want to, while Herb's here, we're talking about realignment and stuff, and we see athletes hold out and such. Take me back to your TV days, and we've talked about what you did, going from Channel 6 back then to 13, and then eventually back to Channel 6. I was always wondering, for those that don't know, competing stations in town where, what's the word you always use, Brown, about Channel 6 and certain stations?
Heritage
stations.
Yeah.
Channel 6 is the heritage station in town. A ratings dynamo since even back before I was born. And then 13 was the challenger. And you and Joe Langston left 6 and went to 13. And we see coaches leave. We see players leave now in the portal. Now schools are leaving. Was there animosity back with the old Channel 6 staff and bosses when you went to 13?
Yes.
And obviously they got over it because you went back to Channel 6 later on. But were some angry folks?
Yeah, well, they actually sued.
That's pretty angry.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Joe and I were both sued. And interestingly, it went all the way to the day we were out. We were in the courthouse, Jefferson County Courthouse, getting ready to go in before a judge. And all of a sudden, the lawyers for Channel 6 said, hey, we're dropping it. They dropped it at the 11th hour. And, yeah, there was animosity. But let me tell you the only positive thing about that was that we broke open salaries.
Right.
We kind of broke through that glass ceiling to help the market, and everybody can do better. And so that's one thing that I was proud about. But then 2 years later, Nick Bolton, the general manager back in those days, he hired us both back. That probably might have been a mistake. I don't know. But again, listen, you can never. I try not to look back. Was it a mistake on
his part to hire you back, or a mistake on you to go back?
I thought it was safer for me to go back,
right?
Because I was comfortable there, and so we both.
Joe went back too, right?
Yeah, Joe went back too.
You two
so we both
together.
went back. That has never happened in a market of this size. I don't think in the history of TV, but again, it helped better salaries, and I'm one of these that I really like living in the moment, and I like talking some about the past. But I never look back and say I regretted it, but it was interesting.
Were they suing you on a no-compete? Was that the suit?
Yeah, non-compete.
Yeah, non-compete.
Yeah. Those things never make it to court in the state of Alabama.
And you have to stop and ask why, because most corporations are counting on the fact that people like you or us or whoever are like, I can fight it, but it's going to cost me a wad to fight it. And
you guys went through something like that when you left your former employer.
Yeah, no doubt.
But it's a right to work state.
That's right.
And that's the difference.
Yeah. And when we had, our attorneys, we had the best in the business. They don't come better than the guys we had. So
I know them well.
And for our entire career, they've been with us 13 years now as our agents. And we have a rule with us. If they say do it, we do it. Like those guys, I trust them implicitly. And if they tell me this is the way forward, that's how I'm going. They're the ones that got the law degree. I don't.
And you've seen Wheel of Fortune before, right? You spin that wheel, there's only one bankrupt on the whole thing. If you put all the local judges that would have heard our case, all of them listened to us except for one or two. So we'd had been like spinning the wheel. It had to take a really bad spin for us to have hit a judge that did not listen to our show or know about our show. I can imagine back in your day when there were only 2 news channels of record, that there's a good chance any judge that they were about to walk in were big fans of Herb and Joe Langston, and that judge was about to say, what are we doing here? Whatever Herb and Joe want. Not guilty. Not guilty.
You only had 3 stations, and
That's
at
right.
that time, Channel 42 didn't do.
I don't think they didn't use it at the time.
I don't know what they did.
Yeah.
But 6 had a tremendous, with 3 channels, we had like a 70% share of the audience.
Yeah.
in
We
those
call that
days.
the Iron Bowl now.
Yeah.
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 Hey,
That's right.
I'll tell you a funny story now that it has passed and nothing can happen. I'm not going to use the judge's name, but when we left Cumulus and we were planning this, we were sitting in our attorney's office one day, and they were going through through here's what could happen, right? If they decide to file suit, it's going to be in such and such court, and that'll be presided by Judge so-and-so. It gave us judge's name, right? And we all start laughing like, what are you laughing at? Like, Rockstar just had jury duty, and that was the judge that was overseeing the jury duty. And what did he say to you, Rockstar?
We makes everybody stand up and say their name and what they do. There's probably like 40 of us, and I was like number 32, and I just stood up and I said, I'm Sean Henniger. I go by Rockstar. I produce the Roundtable on WJOX, and I sat down, and they were starting to exit. He goes, we approach to the approach. He's like, how's everything going with the guys? And I was like, he's like, I hear y'all are doing something new. I can't wait to hear it. And then I got scratched from the jury. I got to
He
go
got
home.
scratched from the jury but
Immediately.
He came back and told us that, and then when our attorneys brought that judge's name up, we just started laughing. Like, what are you laughing at? Like, Rockstar, tell him the story. And he told the story. They're like, okay, we kind of like our spot there if we end up in that court. Thank God we didn't, though. I didn't want to test it.
It all works out for the best.
Yeah.
And look where you guys are now.
2 full years today when we close off. That's 2 full years. Tomorrow starts year 3.
That is unbelievable how quickly that's going.
Yep.
Now, I got to ask you this: what's going on tomorrow? I hear there's a big announcement coming. I know you're going to tell me, but
We'll tell you
maybe when I leave.
We'll tell you off the air before you leave. Brown will.
I hear it's big.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's the biggest announcement in our company's history.
In 2 years.
Well, I mean, it is a short history. Yes, it is a short history, Herb, but it's our biggest announcement in 2 years. That is factually correct.
Herb, a lot of good things happened in our country in 1778.
That's right. 2 years in.
It wasn't all 1776. I mean,
correct.
77, 78.
Yeah,
we've been turning out hits ever since 1776.
Yeah.
One of those is chicken cock, by the way. It's been around since 1856. Paris, Kentucky is where this started.
That's near Herb's old home.
Good bourbon
Old
from
Kentucky
Paris,
home.
Kentucky.
That's right up there near Lexington.
Yeah. Bourbon County, in fact, is it's named after it right there. Chicken cock right there. The famous Old Brand, as it's known to locals up there, proud sponsor of the show. They made it through Prohibition when it was the whiskey in a tin can at the Prohibition joints back then, and it's still now out there, the famous Old Brand. We drink chicken cock around the office here for things like Bama and bourbon and a lot more. They've modernized just a little bit in the day. The taste is still there. Try it and ask for it by name. You can order it not only here locally, but all their brands online, chickencockwhiskey.com, chickencockwhiskey.com. Herb, the expansion conversation has been going quickly. Florida State has until today, midnight, to tell the ACC if they're leaving. It looks like they're going to stay now. Why? Oh, wait. You got inside information?
Yeah, it's called $136 million. I got that.
You got that?
No,
To pay
I don't
out?
have that.
Okay.
Herb's working on it,
But
though.
I just figured it out real quick when I saw the payout.
That's why they're staying.
That's why they're staying.
That's why they're staying. If they ever leave, do you think there's a chance that Florida State and Miami together, or Florida State Clemson, would not be SEC schools, that they would be Big Ten schools? Would the Big Ten have interest in moving into the state of Florida now that they're in California?
I'm going to say no, because I really honestly believe that Clemson, and they're good enough, and we know that, and I know Dabo Swinney thinks they're good enough. And the same thing for Florida State with Mike Norrell. What he's done there, what are they, preseason number 8?
Preseason number 8.
7, 8.
Hang on, I got it right here. Hang on.
They're up there pretty good.
Yeah.
I think it's
Clemson is 9, Florida State is 8.
There you go. Look how quickly he's come in and flipped it around, because it was a disaster after Jimbo left. So I would say to you, I think their want is to be in the Southeastern Conference, without question. But again, the ACC officials must have figured this out. Hey, long before we did, this contract's good through what, 36?
13 more years, Herb.
Yeah.
They took the security blanket. I think this contract's 3 years old. I think it was a 16-year deal when it was signed. And I just can't, we talked about contracts earlier. We normally operated on a 3-year contract.
Right.
Because you always, if you bet on yourself, if you believe in yourself, you always want to be able to renegotiate that contract as quick as possible, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, to me, the ACC didn't believe in themselves. They took a 16-year guarantee that has completely restricted them. Now, some schools don't care about that. Like Wake Forest probably doesn't care one way or the other. What's their future? But if I'm a North Carolina, Florida State, a Clemson, I'm a marketable brand like that. This was a huge mistake by their leadership.
It really was.
3 or 4 years ago. I mean, they took the security and didn't leave themselves any room to negotiate anytime soon.
And that was a mistake.
It was a huge mistake, yeah.
But in all of this, since we're talking about mistakes, let's lay the blame at the feet of the NCAA. Why do you think Mark Embrich said, "Oh, I'm retiring"?
Yeah, get out of here.
And I could say this about Jay Monahan with the PGA.
That's right, yeah.
Oh, I'm not feeling good. Well, that's because you've messed this thing up with Live Golf. This, everybody's merging here. So let's go back to what happened with the NCAA. June, as I mentioned when I sat down, 21st of 21, Supreme Court says 9-0, all right, you got to pay these kids. I'm fine with that. I have a problem with it. But the problem is control. There is no control. And now this thing about, and I appreciate what Senator Tuberville is doing. I voted for him and had a couple of fundraisers for him down at my place. And, he's got his own issues, the money he's holding up now with the military and all that. But at the same time, back to the football end of it, he's gotten some bipartisan support from a Democrat, and they've introduced legislation, and it's about slowing this train down. But I blame the NCAA. What were they thinking the day that this all was announced? They should have been having a big huddle to say, okay, how are we going to handle this? How are we going to keep control? They've lost control. It's the wild, wild west, and the horse is completely out of the barn, and you're never going to get him back in. So where are we going from here? So what use is the NCAA? Don't you think right now they're kind of rendered powerless?
I mean, they can't control realignment. They can't control NIL.
They've got no control. I mean, I think they'll be dead, Herb. I think we'll have no NCAA at some point.
Oh, I think you're right.
Yeah, sooner rather than later.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think that's coming sooner than later because I'm going to take these out.
That's fine.
Yeah. But it just didn't make sense to me when they had plenty of warning to know that this was heading in this direction. And then after it happened, they still were asleep at the wheel. I blame them so much for where we are now. And I'd be interested to know, and I hope somebody will do this huge study to find out where they think this thing's going to end up. Do I think that it's going to ruin? I don't want to say the word ruin, but the way it's taken hold, and again, I'm all for the players getting their fair share. I think that's well deserved. But now we're going so much further than that, and that's what scares me. How far are we going? About how it's becoming, you go to the portal, and then all of a sudden, all right, I'm going to sound old guy. I am an old guy.
Right.
I am an old guy, but I'm old school. When I played at Jacksonville State University, I was proud. I was proud to be on that football team, still the only undefeated team in history in 1970. But I'll tell you what I was proud of, that my parents didn't have to pay my way through school. I was proud that I got food. I got my meals every day, 3 squares. I had my tuition paid for and my books paid for. And I had a room to stay in an athletic dorm. Man, that was great. Now where are we? it's all about, oh, well, Team A has offered me $300,000. I'm still going to be looking around here. Team B's offering me $350,000. Oh, I think I'm going to go for that. I'm using the word loyalty. Where is the loyalty anymore? And I know that's old school, but again, it's something that I just think has just become pervasive, and it ain't going away.
No. Speaking of Herb's school, 11 days away from week 0, and Jack State plays its first FBS game at home week 0, 4:30 in the afternoon. The UTEP's in town to take on Jacksonville State. Should be a fun season over there for JSU as they make the jump up to the FBS and Conference USA and all the good stuff with Rich Rod over there. We'll do trash and talk some more with Herb when we come back on the other side. Show being brought to you in part by the great folks at Coca-Cola, the makers of Powerade and Powerade Zero, as Herb takes a nice long drink of the purple Powerade, the purple juice, when we come back on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Maybe you're like me. You bought a house where you didn't like either the kitchen or the master bath, but you put off the renovation. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. We decided to finally pull the trigger on that. My wife found Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. I am so glad we did. His crew came out and did tremendous work in a clean and timely fashion, and we absolutely love the results. Call Brad Bell now, anywhere in Alabama, 205-422-1758. That's Brad Bell with A+ Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
We've partnered with Who Is Coffee to create the Next Round blend. Available in light, medium, and dark roast. 100% Arabica beans. Specialty coffee roasted on demand, available in whole bean or ground for drip pods. Espresso and coarse ground for French press. Go to nextround.store to get a link to pre-order today. Everyone that pre-orders will be entered to win a prize pack with coffees, shirts, hats, and tumblers. Nextround.store for the Next Round blend.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Rockstar, tonight's what?
Herb, tonight is, what the hell? Trivia at Odie's.
Trivia?
No, it's Tuesday, Rockstar.
I am off my game.
Trick question.
Tonight is Tuesday.
You got me too. I'm like, oh crap, it's Wednesday.
It's got me. I was like, is that tonight?
Yeah.
It's a Pavlov's dog right here in the bell. So you kind of gave me a panic attack. Thank you for that.
I didn't think I'd catch you. Tuesday night. It's not trivia night at Odie's. That's tomorrow night. But Odie's is a great place for live music. Rockstar's singing some live music Thursday night at Odie's, aren't
Will's
you?
Dayton Rockstar plays Thursday night, and we got a busy week. Thursday's going to be a busy day.
Yeah,
It is.
So kickoff party with us at Walk-On's
Yep.
Stadium Trace. Stadium
5
Trace.
until.
5 until. Usually closes about 9. Then leave 9 o'clock Walk-Ons. Go over to Odie's and watch Rockstar kill Will.
Dayton. Will's Dayton.
He's not,
Dayton
Rockstar's
Rockstar.
not killing anybody. I don't know how many times I have to tell you that.
All at Odie's.
We're killing a set list. That's what
Yeah,
we're doing.
boom.
We're shredding and melting
Have
faces.
y'all added something new to the set list?
Oh, we do every now and then. This is probably our 6th gig,
Yeah.
and we're getting a lot of things happening. I think a lot of momentum with this
Okay,
band.
good. I
Yeah,
like
we're
momentum.
going places.
Okay, one thing you miss about the old radio days, and one thing you don't miss about the old radio days.
You know, it's interesting because I have a lot of people that come and eat with me, and they'll always ask me, do I miss radio and TV? And I honestly can say that I'm so happy that what I'm doing now, and especially at an advanced age in life, that I'm so blessed that I'm really comfortable. And I can't say that I miss it. I love doing it at Jocks, which I did for gave it its name and
started the station.
From day one. Station
As
in
Herb always
92.
says, everything but the W. That's he came up with everything but the W.
Right, and just that was 17 great years, and then of course doing TV for so many years. Look, I just absolutely fortunate and blessed with that career, and now to enter something new. And people ask me all the time, Herb, when are you gonna? You got an exit strategy? I get that a lot. Why do I have to have one?
Right.
And this is what I want to say about Nick too, because
Saban, yes.
I read where he purchased that beautiful place down in Jupiter, Florida. A great place to retire. Great golf. I'm sure he'll meet and play with Tiger Woods. But he paid a bunch of money for his place. Everyone began to speculate immediately. Well, is this it for Nick? No. And I want to tell you why. He's 71, I'm 74, and I relate to him because he loves what he's doing. If you love and have a passion for what you do, why does everybody want you to retire? And I've had bunches of offers to sell my restaurant every year. Every month I get one. And I'm going, you know what I say to them? What am I going to do?
Yeah.
That's right.
And if I could give this audience, and y'all have such a great, vast, wide audience, if I could give any person, younger especially, advice, get up every day with a purpose. I believe in that. And my purpose is I like feeding people. I like for them to have a few bushwhackers, and I like for them to have fun. And we've created that at the Landing, and it's taken me 9 years to get it to where I'm really thrilled with it. And it took a while when we started radio. Everybody kept doubting it, saying it'll never work. Now, this was 1992.
That's
Herb,
right.
it'll never work. Well, it works, and it's still working. And look what you guys have created. Now, you've been able to break off and start a whole new era of what we're calling podcast, and that's amazing. The platform that's available to you now, y'all have taken full advantage of, because now you're worldwide. What are y'all up to on? It's big, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it is big. Yeah,
It's big.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, we couldn't even. We went to Ocean City last week, and a family that
There you go.
that watches the show in Maryland and Baltimore drove down. I mean, it's just nuts. It really is.
Showed up in their
wor-
Alabama game.
Yeah, world's never been more connected than it is right now.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
wild.
it is connected. And,
Yeah.
they talk about that 6%. I think it's down to 2. 6%,
Yeah.
we're all connected.
It's
Yeah.
down to
You
2.
think
I'm
instead of
down to
2%?
2. Yeah,
Down to 2%.
yeah.
I'm a whole milk guy, Herb. Brown's about to read Trash on the Table. It's brought to you every day by our friends at Mortgage Right. Hit the big button, Rockstar.
So, what was your inspiration for tonight? Be honest with me and go into detail.
Somebody just said not many old souls left like him.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
And Mortgage Right puts the M in mastery when it comes to home ownership. You start right there at mortgageright.com/TNR, mortgageright.com/TNR. First step in the home buying process. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. You're a young old soul, though. You've stayed young. No, you have.
I try.
I know.
I mean, I walk around the restaurant, and it's a big. Y'all have been there.
That's right.
I'm sitting on 3 acres. You know what I average on my Fitbit?
What's that?
Thursday through Sunday, close Sunday at 4, open Thursday at 4. I'm averaging 35 miles.
Holy crap!
35
and I
miles
pick up
walking.
a lot of trays on the way.
Yep. Everybody, I see. So I saw Herb Saturday at the at the landing. I was like, "How's he doing?" He's good. He was sweating. I was like, "Everybody says that every time you see you, you're sweating because you're working."
It's good for you.
Yep.
That's about 8 miles a day.
Yeah, that's what I average, and that's good.
I can't tell you how many people tell me they go down there and see Herb too. I mean, I get it all the time. I saw Herb.
Well, one of your attorneys was there the other day with his lovely wife Beth.
Yes, he spent some time down there in the Dadeville office, as he calls it.
Shows you the state of the world that we have attorneys, plural. we have multiples.
We do.
Yes.
We needed them both. Trust me. Actually, this last go around, I think it involved a few more than just those two in that practice. Hey, listen, we're going to start in Fort Myers, Florida, Herb. Employees at a furniture store in Fort Myers were startled by a loud boom that reverberated through the vicinity Thursday morning. You hear a boom outside, it gets your attention, right?
Oh, what is that?
Well, at first, they suspected, Jim, that a vehicle had hit the store. That is not true. They found no signs of any such accident. To their surprise, local deputies made an unusual discovery. It was a helicopter door resting on the store's roof. Which means there was a helicopter flying around that the door had fallen off of.
right.
It's
Wow.
probably bad news.
A helicopter flying around commando.
Yeah, that is true, yes.
That's good, Jim.
Thank you. You got her.
Yeah, it belonged to, Jim loves people laughing at his jokes, Herb. It belonged to a privately owned 1982 B-105 helicopter registered in Montana. And by the way, this is in Fort Myers, Florida, which does spark some questions for me. According to the information from Flight Tracking app, the helicopter had taken off just before 10 a.m. there in Fort Myers, and shortly after takeoff, the door detached and fell, and thank God it hit the roof. I mean,
Wow.
that kills somebody cold if it hits a dude.
You never know what hit you.
Yeah, you never know you're going. So thank God it hit the roof of a furniture store. It's alarming. We go next.
Wait,
also,
man,
in
that
Florida.
reminds me of the remote we did at I won't tell you what town it is, but Herb, we did a remote one time at a furniture place. It was actually a boat place. It was a boat place. And where they had us set up, we were inside, but you could look up and you could see the sun and a few holes up top. And we were like, well, so what's happening here? And they were like, in the area on New Year's Eve, some of the local folks will fire guns into the air and the bullets have come down through the ceiling. And I'm like, oh, you're BSing me. And he walked over with a cup of the bullets that he picked up off the floor.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah. Just people don't think when you shoot those
Yeah,
bullets
yeah,
up that
there's
they're
a
gonna,
little thing called gravity.
They're going to
Yes.
come down.
Yep.
Yeah. Crazy.
What goes up?
Yeah, and he was collecting the bullets. He did come
Yeah.
show us the bullets. Like, okay, I believe it now. Was that the same place Herb used to go to? This was back when Herb was still doing it. I broke up a drug deal or a prostitution agreement, one of the two, as I was leaving after our show right when Herb and Ray were starting. It was an old auto dealership, and I walked outside, and near where I was parked, like two people were talking, and they just scattered. They thought I was a cop. I was like, y'all are cool, man. I'm just going home.
I'm just getting out of here,
I'm just
man.
getting out of here, y'all. Don't shoot.
Don't worry about me.
Yeah, but I'm good. This is in Miami-Dade County, Florida. Village of Pinecrest is planning to use vasectomies to help solve the issue of its overwhelming number of peacocks.
Oh, wow.
We'll play on word there. News 6 partner WPLG reporting extensively on the problems these peacocks have posed to the people of Pinecrest. It's a beautiful bird if you look at it. But apparently there are too many of them in this area.
Now, is that the male or the female, Rockstar? I don't want to.
I can't see the undercarriage. I'm looking.
That looks like the female.
Yeah, it looks like the female. But also they do the plume to show off for the female. So.
That's true. That could be the male. The old phrase peacocking, right? He's trying to show off for the ladies.
See, I think.
Oh, yeah.
I think so. I think that could be the male.
Yeah. That's right.
Well, they apparently the males have been quite active, guys, because they've got too many peacocks around, and the number one complaint in their area right now is the peacocks.
It's
so they're
literally in the name.
It is in the name. Yep. So they're moving toward their mating season, and they get very, very aggressive. The story says during mating season, don't we all?
Look, Becky.
I literally woke up at 2:50 this morning, Brown.
Yes,
I got the answer to all of that.
What?
When you get 74, you just soon have a bowl of ice cream.
I'll tell that to Maggie
Yes.
tonight.
I don't know how old these peacocks are. So they're going to, by the way, take part in a pilot program aimed at curbing the population of peacocks, giving them all vasectomies.
Herb's telling me when he gets kinky, it's Rocky Road.
Oh, yeah.
I got 2 Herb laughs.
I know.
This is like a dream come true for me.
Half of United States residents have tried marijuana, according to a Gallup poll. 17% currently smoke weed. I'm going to say that might be a little low. Both are new highs since the tune-in dropout of the 1960s. A new Gallup survey released Thursday. That is the highest we've ever seen in America, they say. The poll attributed the increase to the growing acceptance of cannabis. 23 states, including New York, legalizing recreational use of weed. 38 states allowing the sale of for medicinal purposes. Here's something jumped out at me. We were in Maryland this past week where it is legal. They got dispensaries. I didn't smell as much of it being smoked out on the streets as I would have thought.
No, I don't know if they sell the smoke there or if it's only vapes and
Maybe
edibles.
so. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Like if you go to Vegas, it permeates the
you
smell.
smell it everywhere, places like that.
Yeah,
but I don't
walking
know
down
if-
the strip, yeah.
In Maryland, I don't know if it's only vapes and the edibles.
You know where else it was bad, Herb? When we went to the Bama, Georgia championship game in Indianapolis. Dunaway will attest to
my
this.
goodness.
I mean, we're just walking around, just out down by the stadium in that little 10, 12 block area. It's all you smell.
But I was telling him it's because that's where all the bars and restaurants
Yeah.
are, and nobody.
Everybody
and
on
not-
break time.
Yeah, not to broad stroke anybody, but a lot of marijuana smoking in the food industry. Not at the landing, I'm saying, but
Oh no! I mean,
yeah,
it's just
occasionally,
that's just a part of where we are. And look at Alabama, just passed the cannabis, and they've kind of screwed it up. I don't know if you followed that, but
I have not.
They awarded a bunch of dispensaries and license for legally having cannabis, and they awarded like 21 license, so you can be a dispenser, you can be a grower, you can be a cultivator, and all that. And then after
did I get one for being a tester?
they'll
Quality
need you.
control, USDA.
But here's what's weird, and I hate to say it's typical stuff that happens in Montgomery, but then all of a sudden they rescinded it. They put them on pause.
Yeah, well,
They put them on pause. Now they've done it again, and let me tell you what's about to happen. Some people that got in on the first, and then they told them, "Oh no, they're licensed, and no, we're rescinding that." Now they've given them to somebody else. Pay attention, lawsuits are coming.
Yeah, that's right.
I would imagine. You know how you know that there's a lot of legalized pot in the country now? That sounds like a perfect study that somebody on pot would do. I'm going to take a year and I'm going to study pot smoking in America.
That's right, yeah. So I told
That's a stoner move.
I told you about Indianapolis. I've got a friend that lives up there, and I was telling him what I told Dunaway, what we were just talking about. He's like, "Oh yeah, it's all over the place downtown." He said, "I'll tell you a funny story." He said, "We were going out for a party one night with our family." And he said, "We had a group of 10, so we decided to call the restaurant ahead of time." He said, "So I'll call ahead," and the guy answers and sounds completely baked, like you could just tell. And I said, "Hey, we got a party at 10. We're going to get there about 8 o'clock. Would that be okay?" He said, "Yeah, man, come on." So because we get there at 8 and the restaurant's closed. So we walk in, the guy says, "Sorry, it's closed." He goes, "I literally just called you and said we got a party at 10 and you told me to come on." And he said, the guy goes, "That was today?" It's like we just turned around and left.
That's funny.
Yeah. So the shopping mall bathroom, I don't know if we have a photo of this, Rockstar.
We do, and I have a lot of anxiety.
Yeah?
And one of the things is if I saw this bathroom.
If you saw this bathroom, it would do what to you? Holy crap. That's
Wow.
a bathroom?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, it's a women's room, of course.
Man.
Designed by X Plus Living in Shanghai, the bathroom on the 6th floor of this shopping mall in China makes you feel like you accidentally walked into a whimsical place. It starts out with a long corridor lined with plants coming out of the walls. It was designed as an immersive walk through a garden experience, they say.
Do you pee on the plants?
I don't know, Jim. Men's and women's facilities feature custom decor, complete with fountain-inspired wash basins positioned at different heights. I have not seen one toilet.
You just need a urinal.
I never heard.
But look, that's a fancy. Remember the old stadiums where everybody would sort of pee
the
in
trough.
that little trough.
Yeah.
Sure. Oh, I used to love
smell.
Oh, that's a terrible smell.
Yeah.
That
was intimidating as a kid.
Yeah.
You got stage fright now?
Yeah.
Or a dream for some folks.
Yeah.
I'm going to go pee again.
I mean, all I need
Humble brag, less intimidating as I got older.
all I need is a clean urinal that'll flush.
Hey, JD's on fire
I
over
know.
here today.
Herb. We ought to let him talk more on this show. Clean urinal, water that runs, and then paper towels in the dispenser. I'm fine. That's all I need. That's all I need. And urinal doesn't have to be that clean. Just works. Finally, a fuming builder. He was upset. Spotted revving up a chainsaw on the roof of an extension his client allegedly refused to pay for. Here's what happened. In Ireland, this guy is pushed to the point of no return. He's a builder. He climbed on top of the roof. He fired the tool up, and he screamed, "This is what happens when you don't pay the blinking bill." Despite the owners whipping out their phones to record the commotion, the worker started carving into the roof. Basically, this guy built it. They didn't pay for it, so he brought his chainsaw and said, "I'll take care of this."
Repossessing.
I'm going to repossess his wing.
Hard to repossess a house.
Yeah, just cut it in half.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right,
Yeah,
Browning.
they put the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a home. Your first stop when it comes time to buy that new home. MortgageRight.com/TNR NMLS 2239.
Herb, what's the worst thing you ever did to pay off a bet?
To pay off a bet?
Yeah, not money wise. Like
I'm talking about
like,
just somebody just making up.
Like, do you ever have to streak anywhere or eat something, drink something?
When you skated around Talladega, that was for a record, right?
That
wasn't
charity,
a bet payoff.
That record still holds, by the way, because the next year they canceled all that. So
nobody can ever skate around here again.
They said that's too much for liability. But anyway, I still hold the record at 12.6 miles an hour.
Yeah.
On a pair of roller skates.
That's going.
That's going to stay.
Herb.
Yeah, one piece of gravel.
Oh, I could have done it.
Yeah.
I did have a blowout, slowed me down a little bit on the wheel.
Yeah.
Had to fix the wheel halfway through, but we made it.
A little pit stop. Herb went in
It
for a
was a pit stop. Had to put a new wheel on.
Hey, 2.66 miles is a long skate.
It really was, and I forgot about one thing. Everything goes left. And I want to tell you, my left thigh, I didn't think I was ever going to. It was just a crossover for 2.66 miles.
Oh, there should be a whole book about Herb Winches, in my opinion.
I'd love to write it. I lived some of it.
Yeah, I bring that up because Dave Fleming, you see him in college football and basketball on ESPN a lot, but he's also one of the broadcasters for the Giants television broadcast.
He's good.
He is dead last in his fantasy football league. So the payoff, I guess it was in the clubhouse, the payoff was he had to be bat boy for a game last night.
Yeah, full uniform and everything.
And
I mean,
they
he did the whole
worked
thing.
him to death last night, running balls up to the umpire, bats, and everything else. That's what Dave Fleming did last night. He'll be on a college football game near you. We're back in a moment on the next round. Herb, you staying one more segment? You gotta go,
I'll
don't
say
you?
one more segment.
One more quick segment with Herb to get to the top of the hour here on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with walk-ons.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Herb with us one more segment. Herb, big fan of Andy Kennedy at UAB as well.
You better believe it.
They announced yesterday that they'll be part of the Asheville Championship to start the season. 4-team little 2-day tournament. UAB will play Clemson in the first game in Asheville, North Carolina. And then Maryland and Davidson will play each other in the next game. Maryland will be heavy favored in that one. So the winner of UAB Clemson likely to play Maryland for the championship of the Asheville, one of those little 4-team basketball tournaments that are always good in November.
I'm glad you brought that up. Big fan of AK and what he's done at his alma mater. And now moving to the AAC.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, huge for him.
This is huge.
Yep.
This is going... If this doesn't pack out Bartow Arena, nothing will, because that is a great basketball, really good football, but a great basketball league. And I'm really proud of what Andy has done there at UAB. I consider him a dear friend because that, I'm dating myself because I did the play-by-play when Coach Bartow was there, and Andy and I go way back, and I can see it right now when I close my eyes. That guy was deadly from the right or left baseline, and when he let it fly, nothing but net.
And Valvano recruited him to NC State, right, originally?
He did, originally.
Yeah, and I think a leg injury sent Andy packing, coming to UAB, and UAB benefited from that. But when you talk about that league, Memphis is going to be really good. Wichita State has a great tradition. And FAU came with them from Conference USA, and they got everybody back from that Final Four team.
My goodness
that
gracious.
UAB beat once and almost beat again.
That's right. Yeah. I'll tell you, that's going to be a fun league, and I think that'll really help sell more season tickets to UAB basketball. And let's talk about football for a minute. Trent Dilfer, I followed. I make my off-season home in Nashville, and I live probably 12 blocks from Lipscomb Academy. And I saw what he did there. He took them to back-to-back state championships. And his quarterback, Hank Brown, has signed with Auburn. And he's a 4-star. And I think they're going to probably redshirt him this year because they got Ashford and the others we've talked about, Peyton Thorne. But I will tell you, I like his attitude. And he's going to be on the struggle bus this year.
I think so too.
UAB's lost a lot of players.
It's a tougher schedule.
Yeah, they got a tough schedule, but I love his attitude. And to me, that's half the battle. And he's got a very positive attitude about his football team, and it's not going to happen this year. And I'd say the same thing for Hugh Freeze. I have people ask me, what do you think? I said, look, I think he's turning it around quicker than I thought, and I think Trent Dilfer's got a longer time to have to get it back where it was under Bill Clark, but it'll get there but again, the only thing that hurts them, it hurts so many schools like that, if you're not one of the big honchos, and that's NIL money.
Yeah, I will tell you that Bill Clark, when they came back from the shutdown, he kept a lot of those players together from the rebuild, and that team got very old together and had a couple of championships, along the way.
Yes.
A couple of championship games, won a championship, won a couple of bowl games, and then that team got old really quick. And they, as you do in college, you move off, and that's where Trent Dilfer is now, sort of the transition of having to rebuild that roster back up. That's why this year could be a little different year.
The track record with Hugh Freeze tells you he's going to win quick. And by quick, I think I mean next year. I think this year it'll be a little bit of a turnaround.
Well, you look at him for 24. He's already got 15 commitments.
Yeah,
and a couple of those are more than a couple are 4 and 5 stars.
No, he'll have them turned around in 24.
Yeah, it's but like I said, Trent's he's going to get it turned around, and Andy's already got it turned around. And again, a part of that is going to the transfer portal. That helps too. But I want to say one more thing about UAB football. To give you an example how tough it is if you don't have a big pot to be able to attract kids. I won't mention a name, but a 5-year senior at UAB, defensive back, have y'all heard this?
Yeah.
Has gone to Alabama.
Right.
All right. I know what he went for. And UAB couldn't hold him there. But he's going to Alabama, and I'm told from very reliable sources that he got $200,000.
That's kind of tough.
Now, in the scheme of
child's
things,
play right now.
I was going to say, in the scheme of things, if you're coming from nothing and somebody offers you $200,000, I'm probably going to say, I'll be out the door tomorrow and I'll be down there. And so he doesn't have far to go, and that happened. And he's a good football player. He's a defensive back, and he's one that Alabama's probably going to play a lot.
Bromberg's bringing you this part of the show. One more question for her before we get to the top of the hour. Tell us about Bromberg.
Family owned and operated since 1836. They've got a great, solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds, as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts, and an extensive giftware department servicing the registries of brides and grooms in the Birmingham area. Shop with our friends at Bromberg's today. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and at the Summit, and online, brombergs.com.
Notre Dame tried to help Stanford get into the ACC. That has fallen apart. So Notre Dame plays all sports in the Atlantic Coast Conference except they're independent in football. If I said 10 years, Herb, 10 years, the 23 season to the 33 season, will Notre Dame ever give up their independence in football?
I think yes. And I'll tell you what. They got a great TV contract. But let's say Notre Dame, and, they're going through some transition. You start falling on hard times, and you throw a couple of 6 and 6s on the board, or a 7 and 5, 7. You don't have the power that you used to have.
8-4 last year. To your
yes,
point.
8 and
Yep.
4.
Yep.
But I'm saying that
even a bunch of 8 and 4s,
8 and 4s,
those eyeballs turn away.
They turn away, and it's all about eyeballs on TV. And I'm going to make one prediction before I leave. See if I'm right, because the day I was here when we talked about the NIL, I said it's going to really be hard to deal with for a while, and it's become that way. But I'm going to make a prediction that you take your top 60 teams, let's drop it down to 50, I don't care. You're going to have 3, maybe 4 super conferences.
Yeah.
And the SEC will lead the way. Who else is going to come behind? The Big Ten is going to follow now. They got themselves in a position of strength. So when you think about it, when it's all said and done, I'm going to say at least 18 to 20 in each conference. I'll stick with 3 super conferences, and that's where your 12 team. And oh, by the way, I just found out this the other day from Steve Shaw. Was telling me that I didn't know this. The 12-team playoff Remember Steve Shaw, of
Oh,
course.
yeah. National Director of Officiating, yeah.
He's the big guy
The
now.
big guy, yeah.
NCAA, but I will tell you what a wonderful person he is. He says that with the way that it's going, that you're going to have these teams, and then everybody else is going to have to fend for themselves. So that's something that they got to deal with. But back to the 12-team playoff, he said it's only a 2-year contract.
That's right, 24 and 25. That's the old TV contract with ESPN, ABC. So.
Right, the 12 and 12.
That's right.
So now, what are we getting prepared for? 16, 20-team. Where are we going there?
Yeah.
Again,
But
it's all driven by money.
Even if it stays at 12, the thing I'll be most interested in is, will they still allow a place for a group of 5 team to be automatically in, or will they shut them out?
Can't do. That would not be fair.
Yeah.
So why are you playing? I mean, if you're in a group of 5, a school, let's mention Troy, JSU. We can go right South.
They won't say they shut them out, but if they go 12 best team, no automatic bids, oftentimes it'll
but
shut
do you
them
think
out.
because Cincinnati got in that sort of broke the mold?
I think it did a little bit, but then what do?
Yeah.
They immediately go to a Power 5 conference the first chance they get.
Sure they
know?
do. Yeah, that's where the money is.
Okay, Herb's
Hey,
got to
guys,
go. Thank you, man.
Love you, Herb.
I love you guys.
All right.
Hey, give
That's
LT
Herb
my
Winches.
best. I know he's under the weather.
Yeah. ChampiesChicken.com brought you that hour. Highway 119 in Alabaster. ChampiesChicken.com. Sterling's a legend, just like Herb is. One more hour to go. 24 hours away from all our big announcements right here on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons. The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Brown, before you tell us about Dr. B in a second, Rammer Jammer, longtime listener and viewer of our show on all of our platforms, informed me of something. Do you think in Bryant-Denny Stadium there's still a bathroom that you still go in the trough?
I don't think so, but I will say there is one in the Horseshoe up in Columbus. I was up there for a concert in May, and Rockstar will love the line I'm about to say here. When I was using the bathroom in the trough, I was thinking of you, Jim. Because you used to always
do that every night.
Yeah, you used to always talk about the trough back in the day.
Yeah,
and I was a little surprised.
Daytona garage area.
Yeah,
the late great Dale Earnhardt, the Intimidator, right next to me.
Well, there'd be people that would have paid for that.
It was very intimidating.
I bet it was.
Yeah. I will tell you this.
Was it on the pole?
Rammer Jammer says, I still pee in a trough in my section at Bryant-Denny Stadium.
Oh, does he now? Okay,
So
I'm surprised by that.
The bathroom right out of his portal, he still pees in the trough area. This is if
You've never been able to say it right either.
Yeah.
It's a not a
trough.
There you go.
Trough.
Oh, that says Wrigley Field right there.
That's it. That's it right there. That's what we're talking about. That's the go to what we're for those women who are listening to the show are people under the age of 35.
These sinks are huge.
Every stadium used to have this. This is what, and there's no sections, there's no organization to it at all. You just picked an area and squeezed in there, and
That's right.
And went to the bathroom.
Yep. I just don't see them anymore. I was a little surprised that I saw them at.
Not as sexy as they make it look in movies in prison,
No,
Rockstar.
Absolutely not.
Oh yeah, I bet prisons have these all over the place. The Horseshoe in Columbus, and I was where our tickets were for the concert were where pretty good football seats are, right? So probably the stage came out to like the 30, so we were probably like on the 40 or 45. I mean, pretty good seats, lower level, and it was still trough. I mean, that's some of the high dollar season tickets right there, man.
Oh, I mean, what is happening there, Rockstar? Is that 2-tier?
We got tiered troughs at Buffalo.
Now, how does that work, Rockstar? How do you imagine that
I got
works?
the tall pissers and the short pissers. I don't know.
Well, if you're a short pisser, you're going to get some splash on there.
Hey, I Otani'd that thing. I hit that upper deck.
Yeah. So they say this is a release of their future renderings of their future tiered troughs. Let's read this article.
That's got to be The Onion.
Yeah. It is Inner Loops blog. I don't know if this is legit.
Yeah. Built with nostalgia in mind. I don't want to go nostalgia.
One for kids and short fellas. Other for tall guys and dudes that have drank enough their stream can reach the extended height.
Yeah, I don't buy that story at all there. All right, this hour brought to you by our friends with Dr. B, the guy that made LT's hair look really, really good. His front tooth, not so much, but his hair, fantastic.
He's getting there. He's getting that tooth replaced today, so he'll be back with us tomorrow. Dr. B is the guy Lance went to help grow his hair back. Dr. Beckenstein is who Dr. B is, by the way. Started with just a consult there in the office with Dr. B and his team where he looked over Lance. He talked about some of the ideas he had, some of the potential paths for treatment, and then let Lance think about it a little bit. They ran some tests as well and then had a virtual meeting to go over the options. Lance chose a non-invasive laser treatment that will increase the thickness and the health of the hair there, and it has done that already, doubling on top of his head right there. He's doubled in his hair. Great results. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally. He applies his expertise to produce quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. You can as well. 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
One of those things that just doesn't happen very often. Quinn Ewers has been named to a watch list, the Manning watch list. The guy,
a little bit of irony right
there. The guy in his
there?
rearview mirror is also named Manning, but Quinn Ewers on the Manning watch list today, the quarterback at Texas. Rockstar, give me cut 6. Speaking of Quinn Ewers, the quarterback of the Longhorns of Texas, Quinn Ewers talked about his transformation, both physically getting into shape and cutting off his hair. Brown, could you, if I did not told you this was Quinn Ewers?
Not one bit, Jim. I still see him with the mullet, even though the players have talked about him not having the mullet. He still has a mullet in my mind.
He has shaved it down, but more importantly, he shaved the body fat this year. Here's Quinn Ewers.
coming into this prideful university and what they expect, and me being the perfectionist that I am. It definitely was hard sometimes. Went through some adversity for sure, but I think I learned a whole lot last year about not only this team, but about myself. I knew I had to change kind of myself and be more of a vocal leader, but I also me and Coach Sark had to sit down, had a great conversation about what I needed to become. I put my full trust in him and what he thinks and his opinion, and I just try to be that same person every single day.
He's a guy we talk a lot. Who's the quarterback? It's I'm trying to think of the quarterback you say this about. Drake May at North Carolina.
Drake May in North Carolina.
What do you always say about Drake May when we start talking about him?
End of the year, it went downhill.
So after getting hurt in the Alabama game, Quinn Ewers missed 3 games. He comes back in the Red River game against Oklahoma and was fantastic. 21 of 31, 289, 4 touchdowns and a pick, right? You'll take that all day long. The next week against Iowa State, not as much. Iowa State's good defensive team, 172 yards, but did have 3 touchdown passes. At Oklahoma State, 319 yards. And a game they lost, but he was only 19 of 49, 38% passing, threw 3 picks. And then, Jim, here are his next, the remainder of the regular season, in fact. 197 pass yards, 2 touchdowns against Kansas State, the eventual Big 12 champion. 171 yards against TCU, the Big 12 runner-up, played for the national championship, 1 pick. Against Kansas, 107 pass yards and a touchdown. Against Baylor, 194 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. I mean, the end of his year was not great. Now, he came back in the bowl game and threw for 369 yards against Washington, but still, the end of his year is a lot like what you talk about Drake May. He showed signs of really, really good play when he came back from that injury, and then just really fell off at the end of the year.
Interesting for Quinn Ewers there. By the way, you guys are commenting. Rusty, for instance, Quinn Ewers and Morgan Wallen called each other, both shaved the mullets. I have a theory on Morgan Wallen, country music superstar. Laura does point out, a great female listener, Morgan Wallen fans were outraged. He had the big flowing locks.
He did.
Came out for his concert, completely shaved head. Rockstar, I believe he got lice, and that's why he shaved his head. I don't know if he'll ever admit it or if he said why he got it or anything.
What makes you say that, though?
That's
why I shaved my head, was lice.
Yeah, it was just one time in our lives in the Dunaway family. We had stayed with Maggie's parents at Ono Island, and we were going over to Destin on an extended vacation, and we were leaving. We stopped off at a playground on the way, grabbed a little lunch, and had a playground. And my kids were out playing with other kids in one of those little tunnel things, the back and forth in the tunnel things. And then we went to dinner that night or the next night, and my son, who was probably about 5 at the time, is sitting there just scratching his head at dinner. And, we were sitting outside in a crowded area in Destin, and my wife literally said, Carter, stop scratching your head. People are going to think you have lice. And it was our first night in the condo. And so she goes back to bathe the kids and put them down for the evening. I go to Publix because we were going to be there for about 6 days, and I was going to do the shopping. So while I was in Publix, it was like on aisle 2. I go up and down every aisle, peel off what I need. All of a sudden, I get a phone call from Maggie and said, hey, remember when I told Carter to stop scratching his head, that he may, people may think you have lice? Well, I'm going to need you to pick up 3 of these. And she had sent me a picture of one of those little kits that you have to do in your hair and comb through and all that.
Oh, it's terrible.
Did you have a cool hotel room that night?
So with him, I couldn't do it with the girls, but with him, that was just the easiest thing to do.
Shave it off.
Just shave that thing off, and you don't have any.
So you think that is what has happened to?
That's just my prediction. Yeah. It's my prediction on what has happened.
Well, lice or not,
he rolled in with some. Yeah. He got more than a little sand in his boots and shaved his head.
We had a school field trip like in kindergarten, and we went to a place that they had this section where you could try on all these hats, like a fireman's hat, a police officer's hat, a construction hat. And little did you know, with hundreds and hundreds of kids trying on hats,
did it happen that
I came home with lice.
Yeah. That happens, man.
Yeah. So
never try on a hat, man.
Yeah. I've seen discussions about Quinn Ewers as a Heisman candidate, and you got to have that discussion. I think he is.
quick turn from lice to the Heisman.
Oh, I thought had we
Liceman, right? Am I right, guys?
When it comes to lice.
Oh my God!
Keep them at arm's length. I thought we had exhausted the conversation about lice. I didn't mean to end it prematurely.
Well, you didn't. There was not even a pause there. I never get the Heisman pose right.
It is.
Is that it?
I think it's left arm,
Left
ball
arm?
in the left arm, right arm.
Where's
behind.
my leg?
The legs are kind of staggered.
Where's little T? She was the Heisman
She was
for
the
Halloween.
Heisman. That's right. When Coach Harsin got fired.
Is Taylor in this office? Is she in this
She's
office?
got a lot going on right. Taylor's plate's full. There you go. We got the sign. Oh, really? You know, I had it behind me. It is more in front of you.
Yep.
Ball in left arm, right arm in front of you.
No, I think that's okay.
Yeah.
I never get
you're
the Heisman.
pushing off with your right leg.
Did Desmond even do it right?
He really didn't, I don't think, because I think he did behind.
I don't even think Desmond Howard did it right when he did the Heisman pose.
Still won it.
And I'm thinking back to the show last year. I don't think Taylor got it right either on the Halloween show last year. Anyway, Heisman candidate.
Yeah, that's true. But, you know, I see right there in the chat room, Chad says Arch Manning on the field by 6:45 September 9th. That's the Bama game. Already going to Arch Manning. It is, you know, I wonder how much of it is because he played at Texas. When you look at the numbers I just gave you, it is kind of hard to make a Heisman
case for those numbers.
For Quinn Ewers. It is. Now, can he improve? Absolutely he can. And we've seen quarterbacks flip the switch year one to year two. And it does seem like he is a more mature guy because he shaved the mullet and he has cut some body weight. But those numbers were pretty pedestrian that I gave you for the end of his season last year.
Not Heisman numbers at all.
No.
NH3425 can't wait to see Desmond's new playoff picks after he was terribly off last year.
He was miserably bad last year.
Forster, do you remember what his picks were? I know you don't have the graphic. Do you remember what his picks were last year?
I don't remember the exact four, but I do remember that he had Texas A&M winning the national championship.
Okay, so Texas A&M was in there. Was Baylor in there?
Maybe. Now, of course, if anybody had TCU, we would have laughed at them, right?
We got it.
A&M, Pittsburgh, Michigan, Baylor.
Okay, Baylor. I remember Baylor. So Michigan, that was a playoff team, by the way.
Yeah, we got one.
In Pittsburgh.
Yeah, but he's going to pick Michigan whether they go 0-12 or not.
Yeah, all right. So,
Texas
A&M over Michigan in the championship.
A&M, Pittsburgh, and Michigan.
Yeah. NH3425 says K-State. No, he didn't have K-State. That would have been a better pick if he'd had K-State.
Yeah, he did get Michigan, though. That's a really good pick there.
Yeah. So those are pretty bad picks in hindsight.
Who are those four teams this year?
Desmond's four teams. Yeah. Michigan.
He always does Michigan?
Michigan.
That's not a crazy pick anymore, by the way. That would be chalk this year.
Yeah, it would be.
So Texas A&M this year would be LSU or Tennessee.
Well, I mean, no, LSU's probably more Tennessee, yeah.
Okay. So we go Tennessee, Michigan. Baylor this year would be probably Texas. Not a bad pick there. And then Pittsburgh this year would be Florida State. So if he came out with Tennessee, Michigan, Florida State,
Texas.
and
That's
Texas,
who you said.
that's not too bad.
That's not crazy.
Not crazy.
It's not as crazy as last year's were.
Yeah. Okay. One more thing this segment on the show being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. I want to tell you about a new Auburn podcast we have on our platform here. Village Vice is the name of it. Got a little clip from it in a second. I'll tell you how you can get that and when you can get that on our platforms here. Storm Restoration Roofing will get on your platform, better known as a roof, and jump up there and give you a free no-cost roof inspection. All you have to do is call 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531 for a free no-cost roof inspection. You can also look him up at Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, free no-cost roof inspection. Check and see if you've got any loose shingles, bent shingles. That's a water entry point there, can cause massive amount of damage. Also up on that roof, he can check other connections and stuff to make sure your roof is good for any time of season. He's 8+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. He repairs storm damage. He'll replace your roof if it needs to happen. All that, one company, locally owned for over 20 years, run by he and his wife. It's Greg Nelson. Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. Rockstar cut number 9, please. Cut number 9. This is Village Vice. It's Brad Law and Zach Blackerby. Brownie, this is part of our platform here now, right?
Yeah, that's right. Part of the part of an Auburn channel. We'll tell you a little bit more about that coming up. You can subscribe right now. Ward Down Pods.
Okay.
The Auburn channel. You can subscribe on YouTube. Go subscribe. There'll be plenty of Auburn content, including Brad and Zach with Village Vice 4 days a week. You're going to get the show 4 days a week in season live on Sunday nights. One of your first chances to react to Auburn's football game live on Sunday nights, and you can find it in the Ward Down Pods section on our YouTube channel.
So what Brown is saying is Zach and Brad 4 times a week, Sunday night, your first chance to react to Auburn games, and then 3 other leading into the next week. From yesterday's show, talking about Saturday scrimmage, here is the Village Vice with Zach Blackerby and Brad Law.
You know, it's so interesting. Whenever you hear, okay, these running backs are absolutely crushing it, it sounds like they were just picking up yardage in these massive chunks. Like, that's great.
Yeah.
But then, like, wait, they could be going up against the starters. That's not good, because Auburn's rush defense, we kind of saw it be exposed a little bit, especially from the containment point of view.
Yeah.
Back at A-Day at the end of spring, and they go out and get these edge guys, and it still doesn't appear to be the strength of the defense in any stretch of the imagination.
I think it goes back a little bit, Zach, to what kind of fan you are. Are you the optimist, or are you the doom and gloomer, or maybe a fan of another team? Do you hear the reports go, well, I can't stop the run on the outside because guys were busting big runs on the outside? Or do you go, you know what, that offensive line's really improved. They were creating big holes. They were creating space. And now we get a chance to see what a guy like Jarquez Hunter can do when he's got space, more space up the middle.
That's part of Village Vice there, again, 4 days a week on our platform.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Offensive line recruiting has been so bad at Auburn over the last 4 or 5 years. Tank Bigsby is an NFL-level running back that a lot of times just couldn't get going. And Jarquez Hunter, I think you saw some flashes of how good he can be. You give them a little bit of run blocking, and Alston, Damari Alston, you know, in the absence of Jarquez Hunter, has been one of the talks of camp. So, yeah, you give them a little bit blocking that they haven't had over the last couple of years. And I think it was something that plagued Hugh Freeze Dunaway in his time at Ole Miss, especially the traditional short yardage run situations. They just were not very good. So it is interesting to see how, if and how much better at that he is at Auburn than he was at Ole Miss.
Lunsford, can you do me a favor for everyone in the chat that would like to subscribe to that part? Can you send a link out there for them to just jump on there? Easy to subscribe there in the video chat form. And you can go and follow and like and subscribe. Not only that, but our show while you're on YouTube as well. The next round.
And thumbs it all up. Every single thing, give it a thumbs up.
Absolutely. All right. When we come back, more college football news, including a question I'll ask Brownie when it comes to the playoff future. You heard Herb talk about it a little bit. We touched on it a little bit early on. And the Georgia president is being sort of outspoken about the future of college football. That continues on the other side right here on the next round, show number 511.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Hey, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatments, skincare, waxing, nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift card, simple solution. Again, buy them 24/7 online or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spas and tell them the next round sent you.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy lifestyle loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle Loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Hey, if you're starting to thin out up top, I got a name for you, Dr. Beckenstein. You've heard me talking about him on the Next Round. He is the guy you need to see. My hair has already doubled in thickness. I've been going to Dr. B for over a year now. Make the phone call that I made, 205-319-0316. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. T3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
Brownie's back with us. Let me see if I've got something, Brown, on my sheet I have not said yet before I tell you about our fine friends at Legacy. Oh, here's one for you from earlier this week that I didn't get to yesterday. Oklahoma filling in the hole, leaving a conference that played 9 conference games to come to a conference next year that plays 8 conference games, was able to schedule an out-of-conference game with Houston next year. The Cougars.
That's a Big 12 game.
It's a Big 12 game.
Yes.
So Houston and Oklahoma will play each other in 2024. I would imagine they don't play each other this year.
I
think Texas plays Houston. I think Texas got Houston. So
yeah, Texas did get Houston. You're right. Yeah.
So that would be probably we'll get a chance to play. I bet Houston would play us. They'd like to play us. Houston plays good, don't they?
Yeah, they play good.
Yeah. So Oklahoma and Houston.
So that adds, I mean, they're out of conferences, Temple, Tulane, Houston. Obviously, they play their new USC and Maine. I can't forget Maine.
They added Maine this week as well.
Yeah, they added Maine.
Little Houston, little Maine.
Yeah. Oklahoma's non-conference games. Their big non-conference games coming up. Michigan, home and home. And then past that, yeah, they got that. They revived that Nebraska rivalry, and then way in the future, a home and home with Clemson. So they don't have a ton of great games coming up. I guess Houston.
They were sort of waiting to see where they were going to be, Brown.
Yeah, I guess Houston. Yeah, no, you're right about that. They do make the return trip to Houston in 2028. This is technically a home and home, but it is separated by a number of years.
Oh, so they're returning a game in 2028.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Patrick says he actually went to Maine this summer. Beautiful there, but I doubt
I've always wanted to go.
Football's up to snuff.
Always wanted to go.
Oh, if it was Oklahoma and Maine in hockey, that'd be a good one. The old Black Bears. Is that their mascot? Am I right about that? Maine Black Bears?
No, that is their mascot, the Black Bears, yeah.
I don't know how I know that. Part of the show brought to you by Legacy, proud supporters of UAB athletics. In fact, UAB, and we have great content all the time with the Blazers, and you'll be hearing throughout the year from a lot of great folks at UAB. Thanks to our friends at Legacy, proud supporters of UAB athletics. Legacy Pavilion, the practice facility named after the fine folks at Legacy there, dedicated to service to the education and healthcare industries in the Birmingham area for over 60 years, and they offer you a lot of great financial services that you can check out at legacycreditunion.com, legacycreditunion.com. One of those things is the lifestyle loan. For instance, let's say Lunsford was tired of, coming back, and he said, hey, I'm tired of these trees falling on my house. Maybe I want to redo my whole yard. Just do an updated backyard. He could get a lifestyle loan from Legacy if he wants to. And Lunsford wouldn't even have to, no collateral. Wouldn't have to put any of his great, Dungeon and Dragon collections or whatever weird things that Lunsford's into. Wouldn't have to put that up for collateral. Affordable low rates as well. Lifestyle loan from Legacy. They got everyday checking as well. No monthly fees, no minimum balance, and you get paid 2 days early with direct deposit. Find out more details on how Legacy can help you. LegacyCreditUnion.com. LegacyCreditUnion.com. Federally insured by the NCUA. All right, so the playoffs, Herb talked about it briefly. There's a lot of great discussion going on about these playoffs in the future. Mike Oresco says, if you want this to be a true national championship,
he's the American commissioner.
UAB's conference now, the AAC commissioner. He was the guy that helped start the Big East basketball back in the day.
CBS guy too,
well-respected guy. He says he will fight for the 6+6 to stay as the format in the next TV deal. That he thinks if you want a true national champion, you got to include from all over the country. That includes the Mountain West, the American, the Sun Belt. There's got to be a path for those guys. And he wants to stay 6-6, which, by the way, will be 2 group of 5 teams as we know it right now.
I'm sure he does. I'll say again what I have said all along. Make it the top 12. Nobody gets automatic bids. Top 4 get the bye, and the top 12 get in, and that's it.
But the top 12 decided by a committee?
However we choose to do it.
Now,
if it's a committee,
it's a committee.
If it's a committee, if we find a formula and go back to a BCS type formula, I think, by the way, you'll pretty much get the same 12. But that's to me what it should be.
Why are you so against a automatic bid for a conference champion?
Because
I take the group of 5 out of it just for the power conferences. Why are you against an automatic champion there?
Because on the random year you got crappy teams in that conference. I mean, for instance, I'll just give you a for instance right now.
No, but before you give me a for instance, let me give you a scenario that is very realistic for this year, but it's going to be more realistic in the future when we get to these super conferences. The Pac-12 this year, you will admit, has some good teams.
They do.
They very easily could have a 2-loss conference champion. But whoever that is, whether it be USC or Oregon or Utah or Washington, those are quality teams that may have just beat each other up.
Right.
And when we expand these conferences and take USC and put them in the Big Ten, bring Texas and Oklahoma in the SEC, if you've got Texas, Oklahoma, LSU, a revived Auburn, a Texas A&M, an Alabama, a Georgia, I could see a year that a 2-loss champion is very worthy of being an automatic bid.
I think they'll probably be in the top 12.
Probably so. But why not make just the conference champion automatic?
So, because, if you look,
we have no divisions
if you look
anymore.
at the Associated Press top 25, just use that from yesterday, and you put all the teams and the conferences they are eventually going to be in, okay, move everybody to their conference for 2024. Your highest-ranked Big 12 team is number 14, Utah.
That's right.
So that's my fear, is that's the way the conference plays out. And your best team's number 14. They're not one of the 12 best teams in the country, but they played in a weaker conference. And I know this is the way it happens in the NFL. I get it. I understand that. It's a different model in the NFL. So I don't understand why just because your conference stunk and you happen to win it, you should get a spot in the playoff. If you're not one of the top 12 teams in the country, you shouldn't be in the playoffs.
But see, I think we will know who is worthy. No, let me say it this way. You don't always know who's worthy. It's an opinion of 67 people that Utah, as the Big 12 champion next year, if that's how it plays out, is the 14th best team in the country. Why not give them a chance, if they are the conference champion, to get their ass kicked in the first round? And then we're like, okay, they were probably the 14th best team in the country.
So in this scenario, that chance, as you put it, comes at the expense of Tennessee, who would be number 12, who would lose their spot.
And let's would say be what, 4th in the SEC at that point?
I don't know, but let's say Tennessee. Let's just say Tennessee. So it would be next year. They host Alabama and they lose at the Horn to Alabama in Neyland. They go to Athens and they lose at the Horn. So you're telling me the team that won a bad conference should be in front of a team that played number 1 Georgia and number 2 Alabama to the wire and lost those 2 games.
I'm telling you that you're saying it's a bad conference. I'd like them to have the opportunity to prove to me whether it's a bad conference or not. I would have never thought TCU would have played their way to a national championship game last year.
And I would submit to you TCU would not have done that in a 12-team playoff.
Yeah. I didn't think they'd win the games they did
I didn't
along
either.
the way.
I don't know how they did it in a 14
Yeah,
playoffs.
it was a Cinderella story. I mean,
Yeah.
the history of sports is riddled with upsets all
Now,
the time.
let me say this. On the other hand, and we got to get to Ryan McGee, but let me say this. I'm not going to wring my hands over 12 and 13.
Right.
Now, might we have done it over number 2 and number 3? Sure. But when we're making the argument at number 12 and 13, I'm okay with that. I just think you ought to take the best 12.
Yeah.
I think you ought to put the best teams in the playoff, the best 12, not based on what they did in a conference or where they finished in a conference, but the best 12.
A debate that will happen before we get to the 2026 season. Ryan McGee of ESPN joins us on the other side. A show being brought to you today by our friends at Redmond Vodka. It's Charles Barkley's vodka, 8 times distilled, 22 states and growing now. Redmond Vodka, get your chance right now. Order it by name like we did up in Ocean City, Maryland. Found out there's a couple places that didn't have Redmond Vodka up there. You know what we did? We took it with us. Redmond Vodka, it's that good. Try it out. You'll love it. Back in a moment.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Football season is here, and home buying season is as well. Let Holly Mack Wilson coach you through the stressful home buying process. From the first quarter to the end of the game, you will be the center of her attention. Holly Mack Wilson will guard your money, ensuring you get the best deal possible. In the end, you will touch down in the home of your dreams. She will intercept bad offers, and she will never fumble the ball when it comes to your money and your dream home. If you use Holly Mack Wilson's home buying skills, you will be running back to the bank with all the money she has saved you. Now you may think, what a bunch of goofy play on words. But with Holly Mack Wilson, selling your home and getting into your dream home is no joke. She is a true professional and is the realtor you can trust. That's why she sold 70 homes last year and has certifications in negotiation and the buying and selling process. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or look her up online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, you're anywhere in Alabama. Keller Williams Realtor Coach. Play ball.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
At Arizona State practice, Kenny Dillingham did something yesterday to put a guy on the fast track. Jaden Rashada, remember that name? The Florida NIL deal that went bad. He ends up at Arizona State. Jaden Rashada taking first-team reps yesterday at Arizona State. Kenny Dillingham fast-forwarding that.
You just got to love the transfer portal, don't you? You just can't ever figure out where these guys are. Let's talk some college football with our buddy Ryan McGee. You see him on Marty and McGee, read him at ESPN. He does the bottom 10 at ESPN.com. I can't imagine the work that goes into that. You follow him on Twitter at ESPN McGee, and he is with us now on the Johnston RV Center.com hotline. What is up, Ryan? How are you?
I'm good. It's funny with the bottom 10. I'm actually working right now on the preseason bottom 10.
UMass.
It's too early in the day, though. Usually Captain Morgan and I write the bottom 10 about 10 o'clock at night. But what's funny is that, I write these big, long, in-depth features for ESPN.com that I'll work on for weeks, and no one will read them. And then I'll write the bottom 10, me and Captain Morgan, in about 45 minutes on a Sunday night. And, it's like the number one thing on the site. So, whatever. Thank you, America.
Let me ask you this. As someone that spent 6 years in pursuit of a college degree at Jacksonville State University, the fact that they are making their debut, do you give them grace if it doesn't go well because it is year one, or are they eligible for the bottom 10 if it does not go well for my Gamecocks?
Oh, no. If you're bowl eligible on paper, then you're absolutely eligible for the bottom 10.
Okay.
So and I caught that flack here. Yeah, I live in Charlotte, and I caught that flack here when the Charlotte 49ers started their program. And the first year, they were awful, and they're still not great. But everybody around town would get mad at me. Like, that's not fair because it's first-year program. It's what you sign up for, y'all. If Jacksonville State, if you're gonna schedule SEC games, don't get mad if I say something about you.
That's fair enough.
Getting hammered. Yeah.
fair enough.
Be careful, though. Rich Rod was really close to playing for a national championship back in the day, and he's the coach at Jack State now. So that man can coach.
Well, hey, I love it there. And it's, Oval James was the AD there forever.
Yep.
And back when I would cover races at Talladega, I've known Mr. James since I was 4 years old. And so I would go, when I would cover races at Talladega, I'd ride up to Jacksonville State and watch the baseball team. And people are shocked when they see the football stadium. But, I'm not shocked because it's a college football stadium in Alabama.
That's right.
Y'all don't mess around down there.
The nicest things in Alabama: college football stadiums, churches, and Chick-fil-A's. Those are the three nicest things we have here.
Yeah. God bless them. That's a triumvirate of greatness right there.
I agree
You're good.
completely.
You've written a book, and I know your relationship with your dad, who used to be a high-level official in college athletics. The game has changed so much over the years. Did he ever tell you whether he preferred a day game or a night game? Because I just picture old 1970s and 80s when I was watching football as a kid, that some of those stadiums were so dark and poorly lit, but the liquor flowed just as good even in the poorly lit stadiums. Did he have a preference on day or night games to officiate?
Day games were always good because, number one, he could get home. I kind of feel that way about college football. Now, I love day games, so I like to get home. And number two, you couldn't see because the lighting was so bad, particularly when he was coming up through small college football. And then the third part is, the people are a lot less lubricated at noon or 11 Central, than they are at 8 o'clock at night, obviously, which is great if you are, one of those people. But it ain't great if you're one of the guys getting cussed at, and that was always Dad. So so it was. But that being said, I mean, the games that he talks about the most are, when he would go into these palaces. The first time, and a lot of times, he officiated in the 80s and 90s. A lot of these stadiums, like he worked one of the first night games in the history of Clemson, and he worked the first night game, like I think at North Carolina and at Duke and some of these places, because they didn't play night games because nobody was on television back then. And so it's, but no, bad lighting, getting home in time for Little League baseball games, and not getting liquor bottles thrown at you are all a good reason to work a noon game.
Sidelines and Bloodlines, by the way, is the name of that book that Ryan wrote. You can find that in online, Amazon, and great bookstores from Triumph Books, Sidelines and Bloodlines. So Ryan with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. So I want to ask you, I want to compare two schools geographically close to you in Columbia, South Carolina, and close to your personal life there in Knoxville, Tennessee. If I told you one of those two teams exceeded expectations this year, would it be South Carolina or Tennessee would be your guess?
Probably South Carolina, just because I think the expectation level, and I'm basing this solely on my wife and my in-laws and my college roommates, the expectation level in Knoxville is officially, it's always been slightly unreasonable, certainly over the last decade plus when they've struggled. But after what happened last year, anything shy of the playoff, they're going to be disappointed. And I don't think they're going to make the playoff, but they have a chance that if they win 9 or 10 games and play on New Year's Day, it will feel like a disappointment. And I think that's not fair, but I think that's kind of where they are, as opposed to South Carolina, which is ahead of schedule. Their schedule this year is tough. So if South Carolina were able to come close to replicating what they did a year ago, I think they'd be like, all right, we're still on track. Whereas at Tennessee, I don't know if y'all heard, but Joe Milton apparently can throw the football 7 miles. He's like Uncle Rico, right? He can throw over the mountain. And so if the opening game against Virginia, Tennessee doesn't win by 5 touchdowns and Joe Milton doesn't throw 4 90-yard touchdown passes, I think they'll be disappointed. And so I think if South Carolina beats North Carolina by 1 point that same day, I think they'll be perfectly happy. So I think that's probably the answer.
See, in a past world, Ryan, if Shane Beamer did that at South Carolina, what you're talking about, if he exceeded expectations, we would immediately start looking for other jobs for him. Right. With the state of the Southeastern Conference, can he make South Carolina a destination job? Nobody's really ever done that. Can he do that, you think?
Yeah, he believes he can. And I've known Shane for a really long time. Marty loves to tell everybody famously he played high school football against Shane. And you mentioned my dad. My dad was an official in the ACC and the Big East. He worked so many Virginia Tech games. And so Shane and I have been around each other, basically our whole lives. And so I say all that to say this. I would know if he didn't believe it. Like, I would know if it just was a sales pitch. But he really loves it there. And he really believes that they can be relevant and be there for a long time. And, look at what Kentucky's done, right? There is no way in the world. What Stoops has done in Lexington is one of the most remarkable things I've ever seen in all the years I've been watching college football, because you talk about expectations. If they don't win 9 games now, they're mad. And I grew up in a world where if Kentucky won 9 games, they would hang a banner in the stadium, right? And so I think that Beamer knows that, he is at a football school. They famously have scuffled over the years, but I went to games in South Carolina when I was a kid where they were 1-9 and the place was standing room on. And so that's what the fan base is. And, he knows the potential. And so, and has an athletic director in Ray Tanner that's going to let him do what he needs to do. And so I think he's going to stay there. Now that I've said all that, he'll be the Virginia Tech head coach by next year. But I believe that he's dug in for a while.
Yeah, I think that's the one job he wouldn't take, to go back there with that name. Ryan McGee's with us, Marty McGee, and, of course, all of his great work at ESPN. We cut his teeth early on covering NASCAR. You were back at Rockingham this year. The NASCAR return there. It was Rockingham, right? I'm right about that.
North Wilkesboro.
North Wilkesboro,
yep.
That's right. Yep. Is there a college football stadium? Obviously, none of them are dormant, but is there a college football stadium that you haven't been to in a long, long time that you'd like to get back to in the near future? Is there one that you really like and you're like, man, I haven't been to a game there in a while. I'd like to get back on the road to that stadium to watch a game.
Yeah, it's interesting because I'm very fortunate between my dad being an official and my job. I've been to so many. I have a list on my computer. I don't want my numbers up to you now, but I've been to so many stadiums. But yeah, it's a great point of getting back to a game you haven't been to in a while. I've been to the Rose Bowl a long time. Last Rose Bowl I attended was the Auburn Florida State National Championship game. My dad worked 2 Rose Bowls as an official.
Wow.
And I was out there with him years ago. And so, listen, the Rose Bowl on New Year's Day, as frustrated as we, as SEC, ACC, Big 12, whatever people in our corner of the map, as frustrated as we would always get about the Pac-12 and the Big 10 defending their turf at the Rose Bowl and the Rose Bowl defending its turf while everyone else was trying to get on the same page, I kind of get it. When you go there and you experience the 3:30 Eastern kickoff at the Rose Bowl, 4 o'clock kickoff, 1 o'clock local at the Rose Bowl, and the weather's perfect, I get it. So, yeah, I really would like to go back to, and I really would like to get back to the Rose Bowl before it becomes whatever it's going to become now that the Pac-12 doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
So that's probably the answer.
Is there one, and I tell people this all the time, so we're kind of weird, though. When we travel to a game, it's normally a really good Alabama, a really good Auburn team that we're traveling with,
Yeah.
so it's a big game, right? But I tell people all the time, I went to Lexington, Kentucky back in the Hal Mummy days, and Alabama was terrible in this game, and it was one of the best atmospheres I've seen. Surprisingly good atmosphere. Is there one you would say, you know what, that's a surprisingly good atmosphere that you experienced at a stadium?
Yeah, one of the loudest stadiums I've ever been in was, believe it or not, at Virginia.
Really?
Virginia, and I'm talking about, so Virginia and Tennessee are going to play in Nashville, opening weekend. And I'm not lying to you, I'm literally standing here looking at my ticket stub from the Virginia, from the 1991 Sugar Bowl when Tennessee and Virginia played. But when Virginia had Herman Moore and Sean Moore, and George Welsh was the coach, and that's the team that was number one in the country. My dad worked the game there. Virginia was number one in the country. Georgia Tech upset Virginia that night, and Georgia Tech ended up winning a share of the national championship that year. That's the greatest regular season game in the history of the ACC. It's not even close. But that stadium was like, I remember, and then I went back for a game a few years later when they were still really good. I'm like, man, this place is really loud.
I'm stunned by that.
First sideline I ever stood on when I was 12 years old, I wrote about it in the book, was I had a photographer's pass when I was 12 years old and stood on the sideline at Scott Stadium in Virginia. And Barry Word was the running back for Virginia, and North Carolina and Virginia both ranked in the top 10. No, to this day, I'm shocked. But now, it's not even in the same universe as a Virginia Tech, as an LSU, as a Penn State on a whiteout night. But you're talking about a surprising atmosphere. Yeah, the shocking atmosphere to me was that, because I went in there thinking it was going to be like going to a game in the library, and it was not that at all.
So here's the random thing I remember about that Virginia Georgia Tech game. I remember watching it on ABC, and as I remember it, the night before the game, somebody snuck in and did some damage to the midfield area, and they had to put this old piece of AstroTurf in.
So I'll tell you a story about that. So my dad was officiating in the game. They're in the locker room. And Sean Moore, the quarterback, he was the leading candidate for the Heisman Trophy going into that game. I mean, it was a massive football game, and I remember Dad and the officials were in the locker room, and they're getting taped up, and they're getting ready to go, and they're having their meeting, and the stadium facilities guy walked into the locker room, and he clearly hadn't slept, and he goes, "Well, guys, good news, we can play the game." and my dad and the officiating crew had no idea. Dad goes, "What the hell are you talking about?" And the deal was, some Georgia Tech fans got into the field the night before and set the field on fire at the 50-yard line. And so Virginia had a famously awful baseball program. Now they're great. Now they're in Omaha every year. But they went and actually they got like the jaws of life and cut a big section of AstroTurf out of the outfield at the ballpark and brought it over to the football stadium and literally sewed it into the stadium, into the field. And so that was the old school AstroTurf that was just, for kids that don't know, it was basically indoor-outdoor carpeting sitting on top of concrete. But yeah, that game was so massive. Sean Moore years later worked for the College Football Playoff. And I was in the College Football Playoff offices to see Bill Hancock in Dallas 10 years ago. And I go, "Are you Sean Moore? And he's like, "Yeah." And we sat there and talked about that game for an hour. And, it was I had no idea, by the way, I was going to end up talking about Virginia football.
I know. That's our show. That's our show.
It's funny. You called it the old AstroTurf. Dr. James Andrews here in Birmingham called it his 401k.
No. So, again, y'all mentioned I went to Tennessee. I have, hanging on the wall in my office, I have a little, like almost coaster-size section of the turf that was in Neyland Stadium for 30 years. And Johnny Majors loved it because it was fast. But I also watched that turf. I mean, one of the great names no one remembers, a guy named Chuck Webb, was running back for Tennessee, preseason first-team All-American, and he blew his knee apart playing against Pacific, which doesn't even have a football team anymore, on homecoming. And, I watched that turf, man. We used to play flag football on that thing, intramural football, and I blew my shoulder out falling down on that turf. I can't even imagine doing it, if you were an actual athlete.
The only thing I remember about Webb is I think that was the era where it didn't matter how they filled up the entire back column of the name of the jersey when you were at Tennessee. And if you only had 4 letters, they stretched that thing out
His
wide.
letters were bigger than everybody else's.
Yeah, it was always weird to me.
Yeah, it was Reggie Cobb and Chuck Webb, the Cobweb, and in fact their breakout game was against Auburn. Reggie Slack in the rain in Knoxville, and I remember you're exactly right, because we'd have these guys from these offensive linemen from the Midwest with like these Polish last names that had 14 vowels in them, and they would take up the whole shoulders. And then you get like, Reggie Cobb, and the C would be as big as your face across the back of it. Yeah, that's just how that went.
All right, he is Ryan McGee at ESPN McGee on Twitter is where you follow him. Read all of his work, not just the bottom 10. Don't let the headlines draw you in. Read all his work and watch him with Marty McGee on the SEC Network every Saturday. We appreciate the time, Ryan. It is always fun talking to you, buddy.
Anytime. I appreciate y'all coming off the golf course to talk to me. So thank you. I follow you both on Instagram. I'm like, well, are we going to do this today, or are they playing golf? So I appreciate it.
See you, brother. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, buddy. Ryan McGee with us on the Johnston RVCenter.com hotline.
Looking forward to many conversations with him. One more segment to go here, 11 days away from week 0, right here on the Next Round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
It's time for the Ultimate Football Season Kickoff Party presented by Rotary District 6860. It's the 14th annual Boiling and Bragging, Saturday, August 19th from 6:30 to 9:30 p.m. It's all at Odie's Tavern in Mountain Brook. The event benefits the Critical Care Transport Unit at Children's of Alabama. For more information, visit boilingandbragging.org. We'll see you there on a Saturday night, August 19th at Odie's. More details at boilingandbragging.org.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat rooms. Jack, I'm not Taylor Swift. That was not a hint at all. That was just me looking forward to talking to McGee in the future.
Well, that's exactly what you would say to try to throw him off the scent now.
Yeah, it's not like the color combination of my outfit today is some way hinting of our next album release. Next Round version.
Jim is referring to our biggest announcement in company history at noon tomorrow. And there have been one of the entertaining
Why are you touching
teams.
the coaster with our old radio contract on it?
Is that what that is? Oh, it is. Yeah. No, so there have been a lot of guesses. It's been one of the more entertaining things over the last 2 days of the show is watching the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room and on Twitter, people that are guessing. I will say, well, I'm not going to say it. Anyway, we will do it tomorrow, but keep your guesses coming because it has been very entertaining to us. Some of you are close.
The old wrong answers only. Love those. Wrong answers only. Those the wildest ones you could come up with. Lance back with us tomorrow, we hope. For the big announcement. Thursday night is the kickoff party. The anniversary of the show is tomorrow, but we're doing the celebration on Thursday night. Walk-on Stadium Trace. Walk-on Stadium Trace 5 until. And we'll celebrate as a kickoff, but also 2 full years to start year 3 of the next round. We look forward to that. Braves and the Yankees tonight. The final thoughts being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. When something's not running right, flowing right, or draining right, or even flushing right, you call our friends at Hemp Hill. Adam, Chad, and the team are there, and they fix it. They fix it right, and they fix it the first time, and they fix it at a fair price. That's what Hemp Hill does. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It's Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. Alabama starting off the AP poll, its lowest ranking since 2009. A couple other stats. Georgia is not unanimous. Did that surprise you that they were not unanimous?
They were not in the coaches either. No, it doesn't surprise me because I think a lot of people believe history is history for a reason, right? And nobody has done this since the 1930s. Now, some of that comes down to how do you actually vote in the poll? And as Ralph Russo of the Associated Press told us on the show yesterday, and we know this because we've been voters before, Dunaway, he doesn't tell you how to vote. He just tells you to vote.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't say
rank 25 teams,
right.
1 to 25, however you think
they should be ranked. That's right. He doesn't tell you base it on how they should be ranked at the end of the year or how you think they'll be ranked at the end of the year. You base it on how you think they should be ranked. I mean, there is very little guidance on how to do that. So they don't give you the ballot and say you're projecting where you think they should start the year or projecting where you think they will end the year. You're just voting on 25. So I could see some voters say, I think Georgia should be number 1, but I think at the end of the year it will be Alabama or Ohio State, so I'm going to vote them number 1. That's just part of the way the poll is done. It's there is very little guidance from the Associated Press on how to actually do it.
One more quickly, Michigan has their best preseason ranking since 1991.
Well, that is hard to believe.
I mean, they're number 2, so it'd either be 1 or 2.
Yeah, but since 1991 is the hard part that's to believe.
Long time ago, when Michigan had this much expectations going into the season. All right, enjoyed the show today. Hope you enjoyed Dan Wetzel, Clay Travis, Herb Winches, Ryan McGee, all on the show today. They'll be podcasting wherever you get your podcasts, including Apple, Spotify, Odyssey, the iHeart podcast system. Thank you to Tune In for always carrying our audio live. Remember, in your cars or trucks, you can do the CarPlay with Tune In. You can download our app, the Next Round app. That's really, really good for all you Apple users out there. Thanks for watching on the video platforms, including Twitch, on X, on Facebook, and, of course, on YouTube. Remember to like and subscribe and give us a thumbs up everywhere. That may be the best I did all that
ever.
Wow,
great job, Jim.
All right. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.